Hello? Okay. Sorry about that, folks. Yeah, I spotted that sound was not coming through. Alright. So I trust that I am being heard at this point. Appreciate y'all letting me know in the chat. So here's the game plan for today, which I explained in full and then realized that nobody was hearing me. We are starting off with some level grinding so that we can unlock Captain Magma, aka the EdgeBlastr. Then once that's done, this is silly, the animation for the hair clips into the back of the 52 gal. Anyway, after that is going to be a Clam Blitz rotation, which is EdgeBlastr, the Grim Range Blaster. And then there will be a tower control rotation after that if I feel like going on for the next one. And that will be Shlorp, the GooTuber. The hook for Splatoon 3 is no more. So far, there has been no more. Wow, this is a rotation and a half for Turf War here. I guess I have kind of warmed up to Kelp Dome a little bit, but it's definitely not a great map. Well, we're going to get going here. I'm just doing public Turf War lobbies, so anyone who wants to join, feel free to hop in. You unlock Explo at level 18. So it will probably not happen today. But we're definitely going to get to 14. Possibly up through 15 as well. Prefer Moray over Wahoo? Really? That's... I like Wahoo zones. And I'm okay with Moray clams. But I can't say that I like Moray clams as much as I like Wahoo zones. But, yeah. Like... And the egregiousness of Wahoo Tower, I think, is considerably worse than I think any of the Moray modes. I don't know. They're both not good maps. There's someone right below me. Thought I saw someone right below me. Well, okay. Splatana to X series. I don't know. How do you know that's not going to be my main, huh? Oh. There we go. Oh, boy. That was fast. Am I going to die to Sprinkler? Yeah. Yeah, that's what happened there. Smart Sprinkler, honestly. Eh. If not a smart weapon choice. Alright, we've got a baller, so as soon as something happens, we can just ball out of there. This is a terrible place to be. I was really just counting on the E-Leader not being able to hit any shots. Is there any way the Tenta missiles could be a good thing? I don't think they can be a good thing, but they can definitely be something that doesn't ruin the meta. I don't know. So, I'll give you FLC's take. FLC believes that the special is fundamentally flawed, and that the way that they fix it is something like, you do not target the missiles yourself. They automatically, as soon as you trigger them, just immediately launch on the 2 enemy players that are furthest away from you. And that would still accomplish, you know, a lot of what they do, but it wouldn't give you the information component. It wouldn't make it so that when you launch missiles, your Stingray user just automatically hits all of their shots. You wouldn't make it so that you can, like, follow up on that as a frontline weapon. It's just, it disrupts the backliner, and, you know, maybe gives you some information based on where the missiles are landing. That would still honestly be relatively powerful, I think, but it would be less polarizing. His take on that was that seems like it's a miserable state for them to be in. I don't know. That doesn't seem too bad. But what they could also do is kind of... because missiles at one point were the worst special in the entire game. And it was the buff that they received that got them better. So they could revert pieces of that buff. Like, they could make the missiles land a little bit slower, so that you have more time to get yourself a place to be. Like, there are ways that they can make it so that they're less viable, but the kind of fundamental aspect of them that's a problem is that they can force you to move, and there is nothing you can do about it. Like, yes, there are other specials like Booyah Bomb that you have to move away from. Well, I guess Booyah Bomb is a bad example because it's just also really strong for pretty much the same reasons. But, like, Inkjet, for example. Yeah, you can't just, like, sit there if you're about to get directed by an Inkjet. But with an Inkjet, the user has to get close to you to use it. It's not a global special in that they can't just pop it from the safety of their own base and still have it be as impactful as they would if they used it up close. There's not as much risk-reward to it. And so you are extremely likely to get something out of it. It's extremely consistent. And if you change that about missiles, we're talking about a different special at this point. It's just not the same at all. Sorry, JJ. Excuse me. So... Oh, right, I need to accept a friend request. I'm sorry about forgetting to do that first round. As soon as I die... Okay. Now, I will accept that. There are 2, at least. And I will only have time for 1 because of how long this takes. Whoa. I think someone's vacuuming upstairs. There are some weird noises that are, like, vibrating the entire, like, apartment. It's very weird. Anyway. Missiles, right. So... It's very hard to think of a way to design missiles so that they don't have that property, that they force you to move from very, very far away at no risk to you. Like, yes, there's risk to you if you use missiles while you're close to someone, but that just means that you are not incentivized to take any risks whatsoever using the special, and makes it even more polarizing in that respect. Inkjet, if you get up close to the enemy team in Inkjet, you're much more likely to hit shots. So you are incentivized to make riskier plays, which creates this really cool tension of risk and reward. And I think that's why I think Inkjet is my favorite special in this game. That and the amount of skill expression that's involved in being able to pilot it well. Because Inkjet is very cool and is undeniably very powerful if used effectively, but it's not effective in every single situation, so there's strategic depth in deciding when to bring one. And it requires you to play it pretty well to get anything out of it. There are definitely Inkjets that can just get shot out of the sky immediately. Like, it's not like there's no counterplay. It's one of the more counterplayable specials. So, I feel like that's a good place for specials to be. Like, why, say what you will about the balance of them, but I like specials like Ultra Stamp, specials like Inkjet, specials that, like, amplify the abilities that you have without, and so you're still able to do cool things, but they don't do it in a way that you just get out of jail free. What if missiles had limited range? I don't think that would... That's basically what it seems like the killer whale is going to be, is what if missiles had limited range. Because the cool thing about that special is that just the geometric way that it is designed, like the geometry, the angles that the lasers point at. Oh, I could have accepted a friend request in the meantime. I'm sorry for being slow on that stuff. The geometric way that the lines are pointed makes it such that... Oh my goodness. That is such a shreddable special these days. It makes it so that it's only really going to be effective a certain distance in front of you. It's a really kind of genius way of fixing the idea of, like, a global stingray or a global whale. It makes it so that, you are very confused about where I am. It makes it so that you can get significant benefit out of it, but it takes away the aspect of the special where a skilled player is able to do things with it and an unskilled player is not. And it also makes it so that the positioning of that special is much more strategically complicated. You have to pick the right place to use it. If you use it in the wrong place, then it might not get anything. But the right place is not as easy as far away from them as possible. It's like, I guess about Stingray, what you could say is that there was tension between, I want to have an impact on the match, but I also want to use this Stingray from as far away as I can. But there's no interaction with the enemy team in that regard. Like, people will literally just jump back to spawn or die with that special. That's kind of the way it works sometimes. So, going back to missiles once again, like, I enjoyed using them, but, I can acknowledge that that's mostly because they were strong and made me feel powerful when I used them. There wasn't a lot of, like, actual decision-making involved in them. It was... The more interesting part of missiles for me was the way that I was able to use them knowing where the opponent's locations were. So, like, I would probably have gotten the same kick out of something like Echolocator. Because honestly, missiles are just budget Echolocator, but also combined with having 2 bombs thrown at every player that you launch missiles at the same time. It's like a simultaneous bomb rush. So instead of putting 1 bomb out at a time, it's like all of the bombs right now and targeted to the locations of the opponents. It was just a little much. Tick-tock, 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 tick-tock. best way to rework them is remove them from the game, yeah. Are you going to have a Splatfest stream? Of course I am. Of course we're going to play some Splatfest. I am probably going Team Paper, which is shaping up to be the least popular of them, which... There was a point in Splatoon 2's lifespan where picking the least popular option was typically the right call. I think the one that lost the popularity vote won over and over and over again. Ah, shoot, I need to delete one, and I don't have time to do that before the game starts here. So I need to delete at least 2. I really hope that friend code system is different. Actually, no, because it's just on the Switch, huh? In the next console, I really hope it's different. But, yeah, for Splatoon purposes, I think the only way that they can really fix it is to have a completely separate friends system from the Nintendo Switch. And that just doesn't seem economical for them to do. That right there was an example of the weaknesses of the point sensor. I wanted that player to move, but I can't do that with this weapon. Like, I can be like, I see you, and they can be like, yeah, so what? I'm behind cover, and you can't shoot me. Like, everyone knew that there were 2 people back there if they were paying attention. The problem wasn't that, it was... how do I get them out of there? And a bomb gives you an answer to that question. Point sensor is just like waving at them. It's emoting. Honestly, I would rather they not know that I know they're there in that position. It would have been better for me just not to let them know about it. Only problem with paper is that it loses to scissors, which is objectively the most... Scissors is not the most common first throw. Rock is. Rock is, like... They've done studies on this. People throw rock more often because it's easier to make a fist when you already made a fist to start the rock, paper, scissors motion that initiates the game. So, people are more, like, just slightly more biased to just take the lazy route, take the easy route, and throw rock. And so you're countering what is literally the most likely option when you pick paper. Go. That should put us in a pretty good spot. Oh my god. Respawn Punisher on the mines too. That's mean. Okay, we'll delete one more here. There we go. Alright, so one more win and we want to change our weapons. But once this match starts, I can accept one more friend request. And then as soon as I die once, I can accept the other friend request. And then I think we're caught up. Why change when you can just shoot first? Or oh, okay, shoot fist. Gotcha. Because like rock, paper, scissors, shoot. And you have a fist. Okay, why are you ouching repeatedly? Like, we can see that you're down, and there's like blue ink all around you. It's not like there was someone sharking there. Nice, okay. And I won't say about point sensor that there's, like, no use for it. Like, there were some moments there where I'm able to check corners that I wouldn't normally be able to check. But if I threw a bomb out there around that corner, then it would force them out of that space. And I may not know exactly where they are, but I would know that they're not in the place that I need them not to be. So even then, like, while the knowledge in some of those cases is more valuable than the hitbox, something that has a hitbox still accomplishes the same thing, and it also has other utility in that it can stop objectives, and that it can splat people. It can be a longer range supplement to the short range weapon. And point sensor does none of those things. I'm coming. I'm coming. The brush thought that they were baiting my teammate, when in fact, I was the one who was aggroed. Interesting. That shot didn't actually... Oh, I think as it hit me, but I didn't die, the paint never went down. That's an interesting interaction. Alright, we're all caught up on friend requests. Do y'all like Fry's design? Yeah, I like it. They've got... They look like a kid. They look like a kid who's having some having a good time. Big fan of the parachute pants. I'm a sucker for parachute pants. I think they're the coolest pants. But I'm not really picking paper because of the idols involved. I'm picking paper because I'm a principled man, and paper is my choice. Fry is cool, but you can't argue with big man. See, my favorite idol is actually Shiver. So, I feel like Big Man, I'm not gonna, you know, nothing against the guy. Because, like, it's cool to have a male idol finally. And the way that they chose to do it is, I think, very endearing. But also, like, it's definitely a meme. Like, and that's not to say it's a bad meme. But Big Man love is not something that, like, everyone just collectively decided is wonderful. Like, people saw that there was a positive response to Big Man from multiple people and decided, okay, this is a thing that we are going to love now because we are a community and we meme together. And so it's like, there's almost this like pressure to have independently decided that Big Man is the best. And I'm like, nah, it's just a manta ray. Like, yeah, he's got a great personality, but I think the visual design is cooler on both Shiver and Fry and more inspired, and is saying a lot more. And there's a lot more to unpack with like what they represent and who they are as people. Disagree, immediately loved Big Man the moment I saw him. Frick the mainstream. I'm cool. I like different Splatoon idols than other people do. I'm so special. Oh. I just want a big man. I mean, you gotta remember I'm an English teacher. Like, I'm here for thematic complexity. I'm here for symbolic, thematic uses of the arts. And Big Man is solid in, like, a non-toxic form of masculinity sort of way. It's a good kind of model to have for like what people can be, but it was already a pretty well accepted model. Wow, that weapon is bad. It's not like it's breaking any new ground or anything. Whereas like something that I think is really cool is that it feels like they are really coding Shiver and Fry culturally. Not that they weren't with the other characters, but they're coding them in a way that I think certain audiences are less likely to be familiar with. Ooh. I heard a Woomy, but I didn't see the notification pop up. That's a problem. Let's see what happened there. Oh, there we go. It's because those weren't turned on at all. Thank you for the follows, Disasterology and Yump. For me, I like his design. I like how he holds the TV. There's a lot less of him to design, is my thing. Like, he's a manta ray, so he's got to be kind of flat and flappy. So they basically did with him what they could, but he doesn't have, like, unique fashion choices. There's no hair to style. Like, he's got, like, one facial expression. Like, there's this, like, trope of big man. Like, that's a way that you, as a man, can identify. You can just be big man. Like, as long as you're bigger than the other guy, or you're a little bit more stoic, or you've just got this gentle giant sort of persona, you can be big man. And like, it's something that I've seen people be kind of typecast as, when there's more to them than that. But since it was a vaguely positive thing that they were able to be, they were like, well, it could be worse. They could be, you know, calling me fat or something, so I guess I'll just live with this. And I think that people should be entitled to more self-expression than that sort of a trope allows. So, Gem's hot take, big man is actually problematic. No, it's not a bad thing. Like, there are plenty of people who are happy existing in that framework, but it's not new. It's not innovative. It's not something that, like, I'm impressed they came up with. And I think the lack of, like, visual distinction that Big Man would have from other manta rays, like, literally the only thing that they're gonna do if they put other manta rays in the game is make Big Man bigger than them. And that is the defining characteristic. Like, there's so many more degrees of nuance that you have between the female idols. Like, Pearl and Marina look completely different, even within an explicitly hip-hop aesthetic. Because they're different kinds of hip-hop. They're expressing themselves in very nuanced and interesting and, like, clever ways. And, like, not only are they both hip-hop, but they're both emulating, like, other famous American rappers. And even then, they manage to look completely differently. Like, find another manta ray and call him Big Man. Like, second Big Man or something. How is he going to be, like, any different from the current Big Man? Like, how do you make a similar but different character out of Big Man? There's just not as much to him in terms of his appearance, his character design. I'm sure that they can, you know, make him interesting with dialogue, but every character can be made interesting with dialogue. I just don't think he's visually as compelling as the others, so. Man, I did not expect to be made to feel such strong feelings about this, but the more I look into it, the more I'm like, yeah, I'm not a Big Man fan. He gives off Vimo vibes. Right, and it's like, that's the reason that the Big Man persona works, because it's like, he's big, but it's cool, he's chill. You know, this is a person who would protect me, but would not attack me. Right? That's kind of what you get from that sort of persona. Man. Again, I did not expect to be getting into gender roles on this stream. But, thank you, a very, very belated, my apologies, thank you to Amy for the raid. Huge fan of Amy. Here, I'll get a quick shout out here. Making sure, yeah. This is a scuffed, manually created shout out, but a shout out nonetheless. I need to get my bots in order one of these days, otherwise they're really gonna take over the world when they become sentient. But Amy is fantastic, and one of the things that I love about them, aside from them being, you know, friendly and warm and fun to play Splatoon with and good at the game and stuff, is also that they're Australian, which means that they are on way different time zones and make a fantastic raid target for when my streams go too late. Because otherwise there's nobody else except the Australians who are going to be awake then. And so they are really, really convenient to have around all the time to be able to send all the people off to. And I would be... There are not that many people that I am happier to send them off to, so... Thank you for being you, Amy, including the Australian part, but also including all of the other things. I'm probably dead. Yep. The Aussie part is a big thing. I mean, hey, FLC is Australian, isn't he? They are, you know, in terms of analysis of the game, the Australians have contributed more to the Western Splatoon scene than pretty much anyone else has, if you think about it that way. Also, y'all had, what was it, like, fire, it was fire something, fire wave? It was some sort of league that was starting up that was just the best production value I've ever seen for any Splatoon league. It was like way, way ahead of its time, and it is exactly what I think Splatoon Esports looks like if we ever actually get any money in the scene. Just super, super cool. Like, you can't count the Aussies out. They get, for one thing, they get practice with top Japanese players because they're just on the same time zones and stuff. But for another thing, they're legitimately making a lot of efforts to help improve the scene. Ocean Ink. No, it wasn't that. I'll have to go and find a link to it at some point because I need to remember. Ah, nice. Fire Tail, maybe? Or am I thinking of that one festival that bombed a few years back? I think it was just called the Fire Festival. It might be Fire Tail Events? I don't know. It's not active anymore is the thing. I think it actually was Firetail Events. Yes. Yes, okay. So Firetail League, Firetail Events. I'm going to type that into chat real quick. They just grabbed all of the best players in Australia, split them all up, regardless of team affiliation, into, like, drafted teams, and played a long-form league format similar to Friday Night Frenzy. So unlike, with Friday Night Frenzy, where it's a bunch of mid-level teams, these were just, like, all of the best players in Australia broken up into separate teams, given branding, and the production value on those streams was higher than I have seen anyone else do in Splatoon. Just blows everything else out of the water. And it's really a shame that... Oh, wait, I probably got freshness bonus off of that and didn't change weapons. Whoops. It's really a shame, I think, that not as many people in North America have heard about it, because it was seriously one of the closest we've ever been to being capital E Esports. Oh. But again, that they stopped posting stuff like they did their last thing, I think years ago at this point. I think it was like 2020 that started. It was probably just like not profitable enough for whoever the sponsor was, because there had to be a sponsor for that. And as the creators of it, like, they should absolutely be proud of what they made. They made something very cool. I don't think that the fact that it wasn't as popular is the fault of anybody involved. I think it was, except, Nintendo is really who's to blame for that, for just not pumping money into this game to make it bigger than it is. Like, there are wow, I missed so many shots. There are absolutely other game companies that would have taken an opportunity like that and become ESPN in scope and quality. Like, that's exactly what Riot Games did. They had some in-house studios, they pumped some money into them, and boom, you've got the LCS. Yeah, I think it's modeled after the Overwatch League. So they were going to go and create sort of an NFL, an NBA, what have you, of Splatoon, basically. And the teams were kind of, like, they're kind of generic teams because, again, these were draft teams. Like, these players have probably played with each other before, but not in a serious, long-term competitive context. So, It's like you give them a name. It's like Legends of the Hidden Temple. You're just the purple monkeys, and there's a purple monkeys every round, but this time you're the purple monkeys. That gives you something to root for. It gives you merch to sell. Yeah, you know, Nintendo is absolutely brilliant in their game design. Like, their artists are the best in the business and are doing very good things that everyone should be celebrating. It's the everything else that Nintendo is bad at, which is weird because it's like the absolute reverse for a lot of other AAA developers. Like, you look at your you know, your Bethesdas, your EAs, your Activisions, and like their problems are all with like using the considerable resources that they have gotten themselves from massive capitalist structures to actually make a good game, without ruining it with bad scheduling and direction from executives. With Nintendo, they make really good games and just they are 15 years behind on networking infrastructure and like just have no idea how to do PR with North America. Like, they're getting better at it. Like, Nintendo of America people, I think, absolutely know what's going on and are doing the very best they can to improve it for localization and stuff, but like Nintendo of Japan just is behind the rest of the world in a lot of ways that I think are more apparent to us because we're coming from a different culture than they are. And I'm sure that, like, American companies... I mean, okay, I don't even need to say it's a cultural thing, because American companies have some truly disgusting practices that are just kind of normal. But it's worse because American companies are generally some of the most powerful companies in the world. But even so, like, there are probably some aspects of our culture that I haven't even thought to consider. Not that there's any dearth of things to look at and criticize. Yeah, the fan content thing. Something that I have been learning is that Japan in general just has a very, we might say out of date, but stricter perspective on copyright. Like, I won't say that I can see any actual benefit to them having the stances that they take on copyright. Like, I don't think it protects creators more, nor that it's going to generally improve content. So I can't get behind it. But it's not just like Toei had a very publicized incident where they banned Dragon Ball FighterZ, the video game, from being played at like Evo Japan, which is so insane to me. Why would you ban a game that is making you money when people buy it from one of the most prestigious fighting game tournaments where it's free advertising? It's literally free advertising. And that's the problem that, you know, I think Nintendo has, and I think that's the problem with that general perspective, is that you're taking away opportunities for people who love your game to essentially use your game as free advertising for your products. When people watch a hype Evo Grand Finals and it goes viral and like all of the gaming journalists are reporting on how hype it was, people will get into the game because of that. That's just a proven fact. So the fact that you would like hamstring your own sales just because copyright, which is all about protecting your sales, it's so backwards. It's a contradictory stance to take, I think. Yeah, AM2R deserved better, Pokemon Uranium deserved better, Project M deserved better, Slippy deserved better. All of those were projects that were just 100% something that Nintendo should have been celebrating, and instead they cracked down on. Yeah, sorry. Here. I still haven't figured out how to get the restream bot to work. What I should just do is get Nightbot active. It's going to be annoying because Nightbot is probably going to do stuff in Twitch, but not in YouTube. But I got to get something active because I can't keep going on with the friend code request just not working. I actually gave my opinion on Big Man earlier. And it was probably not the one that you're going to like, but it was for reasons that you probably have not thought about. Because I basically analyzed Big Man through the lens of gender roles, and came to the conclusion that while not necessarily problematic, it's also not very innovative, and isn't giving people, like, it's not very interesting expression. It's not, like, expanding our idea of what people can be, which I think you can say for the other idols. Like, Pearl is a very unique character that I just have not seen in other mediums. Like, she's new school hip-hop with a heart of gold. Like, she's white people appropriating hip-hop, but with a heart of gold. Like, you have to look at her and kind of understand that she's coming from a place of privilege and doesn't understand it, and still loves the stuff that she loves, and can still have a positive impact on it, especially through uplifting the efforts of other people who were more original members of the space. Like, that's I think, a pretty complex take for a little Nintendo game to make about what people can be, how people can express themselves. And then Big Man, he's just big guy, you know? Big fella. That thing that people say when someone's fat, but they don't want to be mean to them. And, like, I think it shows in his character design, too, because, like, okay, yeah, it's cool that, like, he can be the guy who holds the TV and it just fits perfectly in him. Like, that's a neat little image, but overall, he's just a much less expressive-looking character. He doesn't have outfits. He doesn't have hairstyles. He doesn't, like... He has the color that his character is, and he doesn't even really have very many ways he can dress himself up or change anything about him. They've really locked themselves into a very linear, one-note sort of character. They make other manta rays. How are they going to make them even look different? At least the jellyfish have different clothing. So, that whole rant happened. I think Shiver and Fry are both extremely interesting characters. And, like, I value them being interesting more than I value them being personable. Like, I'm not gonna try and, like, get along with these characters, per se. Like, they're not gonna be my friends. I don't have a parasocial bond with Shiver, the Inkling lady who holds a fan in this dance scene. But, like, she is way more visually interesting in that dance scene than Big Man is. She's doing so many more cool things. She has so much more intricate animation that she can have. So, yeah, there's my whole Big Man spiel. I think the really big sticking point for me about Big Man is that I have known people who have gotten branded as Big Man without really asking for it. And they've had this dilemma where they've been like, okay, there's a lot more to my personality than just, I'm the big guy. You know, I'm big. That's me. Big Man. Right? It's like, there's this genre of like YouTuber guy, like it's a white guy who labels themselves as like that one guy with the hat, right? That red shirt guy, you know? Very, very generic, because it's like, well, this is what's unique about me, that I have a hat. There are a lot of other guys with hats. There are a lot of other guys that are big. Like, Shiver tells me a whole lot more than Big Man. There are a lot of big mans. There are not as many Shivers. And you narrow it down even further. They are blue-haired Shivers with an undercut. Who, and again, like, none of these are traits that you can even describe about Big Man because he doesn't have hair. Like, they have these these traditional Japanese dance moves, which are very interesting and a unique touch that adds flavor to them. There's more to talk about with those characters. They have more of a style. And like, I get, like, comfy can be a style. Like, shaped like a friend can be a style. But it's nothing new. And, like, for a game where I'm not trying to be their friend, and I'm just trying to, like, observe them and as, you know, their appearance, their being as an art form, as an idol is wont to do. And then Comfy Guy isn't really a fit for that, I don't think. So. The other thing about Big Man is that I'm just like, okay, yeah, it's a meme. Like, everybody likes Big Man, and you see all over the internet that they like Big Man, and that they liked Big Man first and then found out that somebody else liked Big Man. That's always the narrative, even though I imagine a lot of those people actually were like, oh, hey, Big Man, that's kind of neat. And then saw people on the internet be like, Big Man is the best. I love Big Man. I would sell my soul for Big Man. And, like, then they were like, okay, yeah, I'm gonna amp this up, because this is a part of my personality now. So. That's my hot take. Them's my harsh words about a character that you all love. Comment, like, and subscribe, and comment how much you hate me below. Thank you, and have a nice day. Oh yeah, there was another friend request, wasn't there? Oop. I just got rolled by a carbon roller. You like Shiver because they have the same hairstyle as you? They don't have the same hairstyle as me, what? I wouldn't even say that my hair is currently styled. It's more just kind of overgrown is what I'd say it is at the moment. The man type character. Yeah, honestly, that is a pretty good descriptor of it. He's like, the guy. And the guy does not feel especially liberating to me as a model of who I can be. I'm not especially interested in being the guy. Like, there's more to a person than that. You're like Mr. Rogers before he became kind. Oh, that's funny. I mean, I haven't ever been a sniper in Vietnam or whatever he was supposed to be. Woo! Just barely made it in. 5,000 hours is impressive. I wouldn't say 5,000 hours is impressive. I'd say what you do with your 5,000 hours is impressive. People selling their souls for Big Man. I was exaggerating. But there are, like, definitely people who will say, I would die for Big Man. Can't get over Fry's eyes being shaped like prison shanks? Jeez. I mean, she's clearly coded as Japanese. So they're going to... a caricature artist would emphasize the narrower eyes. People who are Japanese genetically tend to have. Yeah, I know about accepting the friend request. I had to delete a friend request first before I could accept yours. Oh, really? Okay. I'm like a little annoyed that my missiles went to waste, but also like they just kind of fell off the ledge. I guess it's like, come on guys, I would have just saved the missiles if I had known you were going to do the job for me. Alright, nice. Gives me some time to go in here. Thought Shiver was Arabic? I don't see it at all. I think the problem is people are excited because this whole thing is new. He's a Ray and he's male. Sure, they'll make his character grow in the future. On one hand, like, sure, there's more that they can do with the character than they have done. But also they have locked themselves in somewhat to his character design being more basic. Like, you look at how he's animated and you can tell the animators were like, man, what do we even do with this? Like, how is this character supposed to walk in a way that still looks like a manta ray? A creature that just cannot possibly have legs. It's like, there's a reason that we have squid kids, not just squids, and that the idols always take specifically kid form. It's that they're more expressive that way. They have more bones in the animation rig that they can work with. As well as, I guess, like, canonical bones, but that's another story. Like, what I think would have been way cooler, way immensely cooler than Big Man, is if they had just made a male idol that is every bit as flashy and expressive and yet still definably masculine. Just, like, have him dress up. Have him have really interesting, unique hair and clothing. Like, they've done it with the band members of all of the in-universe bands before. They clearly don't have a problem with making it like that. Like, look at what merch ended up being. Like, he's got a whole look to him. Big Man killed Steve Irwin. Oh, okay. Fry is a Gerudo? I suppose there's that. Surface level character archetypes. They've done so much more than that. It's subtle, but the interplay between Pearl and Marina was genuinely, like, I think very progressive. The way that they had those two kind of play off each other. Like, it highlighted some legitimately problematic aspects of white culture in the way that they characterized Pearl. And yeah, they made it all like, okay, we can be friends though. Like, we can get past this and look out for each other and care for each other, and that's what's most important. But like, there's social commentary in the way that those characters were designed. Like, the fact that Marina is the one who is actually, like, knows what's going on from a technical level and is competent, and that Pearl is just kind of along for the ride. The way that Pearl is bad at the game. She's just like a doolies who feed constantly and don't think much about strategy. Like, Pearl gets made fun of a lot. Like, is there even a way to make fun of Big Man? Is there a way, like, that we can comment on society at all with Big Man? This is, again, an English teacher who's looking for meaning, and I guess maybe this is kind of like... Maybe this is kind of like a food critic's criticism of comfort food. It's like, okay, but people like it. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. Not for me, though. Ow. Try flicking your camera more at them. Feel as luscious. Oh yeah, I know about that tech. I'm not especially working to improve on this weapon. I'm just trying to grind for those levels. Oh man. Let Big Man live. What did he do to you? See, like, and here's another problem I have with the way that he became a meme, because like, I'm trying to explain that like I don't find him to be the most compelling idol. I'm not saying I dislike him. Like, I'm glad that a male idol exists. I'm glad that they're looking into, you know, different kinds of archetypes. It's cool that they've got a new species that they're adding to the game. There's a lot of good to be said about it. But because everyone is so, like, fanatically in love with him immediately because memes, any criticism that I make of the subject is going to come across as me saying that he's the worst thing ever. Like, hot take, Gem roasts Big Man. Like, I guess this is coming back to one of my... Back when I was a teacher, anytime that I would, like, give criticism for something that someone did, and it was in a, like, remotely sort of public situation. Like, somebody raised their hand to ask a question and got the answer wrong. I can't just say, yeah, you're right, and then tell them afterwards, actually, no, you weren't right. I just did this so that you would look right. Because everybody else is going to look at that and assume that their answer was right and be like, oh, I guess I was wrong. Like, I have to correct them in front of people. There's no getting around that. But every time that I would do that... sorry, I'm turning my mic down because I'm realizing it was turned way up, and I don't know why. So I'm sorry if it was crackling before. And, like, every time that I would do that, specifically with Zoomers, like, because this was not a problem that I remember happening at all when I was younger, but with Zoomers, when you do something like that, there's a 50% chance that somebody out in the class goes, oh my gosh, Mr. Teacher just roasted you, dude! And everyone goes, oh, and loses their minds for 30 seconds for no reason. They got a math problem wrong. That's not something to go like that about. I didn't roast them. Like, there's just this, everyone's on hair trigger alert for, whoa, hot take, whoa, he just completely antagonized someone. And it's so irritating. I find myself, like, walking on eggshells because I don't want to deal with that kind of energy that consistently and constantly, especially when it completely misrepresents the way that I feel about the subject. And... you know, I can point to various factors in society that bring that about. Like, that's the internet. That's Twitter. That's because on Twitter, a mild and nuanced take doesn't go viral. It's when shots are fired that something goes viral. And people are being raised more and more on TikTok and other high-volume websites like that, where short, punchy, and wrong is what gets you a lot of distance. That's kind of the that's the Paul brothers for you, you know. That's your Joe Rogan podcast. So it is what it is, and like, I can complain about it and, you know, have a hot take about it, but again, there's nuance to it, because I look at the current generation and I say, you guys are better than we were, and that will continue happening. The kids will always be better than their parents were. It's a legitimate source for hope for me. So, you know, it would also be wrong to characterize me as saying that, oh man, things are really going downhill now. Back when I was a kid, things were better. No, they weren't. When I was a kid, people used gay as an insult and got away with it. That's not fucking okay. Compared to what problems we have now, and they are different problems, problems that, you know, you won't see as many people having in older generations, but compared to the problems the older generations have, I'll take that any day. And, like, that is a criticism of Twitter, but I also would not recommend that someone just not be on Twitter. It's too powerful an information resource, I think. Like, you legitimately, if you're looking out, you know, just to, like, be watching the news or whatever, like, if you want to know what's going on in the world, you will find out about armed revolutions that are happening on Twitter before you find out about them on the news. It's just a much more effective way to spread information quickly. It doesn't have to be polished. It can come straight from the horse's mouth. You can get primary sources for the very first time on things that you cannot safely approach yourself. So even in that regard, my opinion has some nuance to it. But there is value in things being short and punchy, because most of the time they're not wrong. But the ways that, you know, say influencers will use that utility to profit from, I think that's where you start getting problems. Good tool, and it's just a matter of how it gets used that determines whether it ends up being valuable. Came for Splatoon gameplay, stayed for the discussion about the development of society. Look, that's what it always was about, and you know it. Big Man is a little more anthropomorphic. Exactly. Like, it doesn't need to necessarily be human-like, but it needs to be more expressive, I think. It's like, one of the things that's really cool about R2-D2 is the sounds that he makes, you know? The ways that he's able to express himself without having even a language. And it's just, you can hear human emotions in the way that the sounds come across. Not a very readable character visibly. You can, like, spin his head around a little bit, and that's kind of funny sometimes. Or you can, like, bump into stuff. But really, it comes from the sounds that they make, right? Big Man doesn't have the sounds. So it needs to be more, like, visibly distinct. And, like, you look at how he dances in that the Anarchy Rainbow scene, and then you look at how Fry and Shiver dance, and there's just so much more variety to the movements that they can make because they have more bones in their animation rig. Like, it's a very technical difficulty that they've given themselves with the way that the character's designed. Conversation really started from Big Man's criticism. Yep. That's how we get there. Didn't quite get the bomb, but was able to finish it off anyway. At high level, getting the jet jump punish in that situation where I missed the bomb is actually pretty hard with this weapon. Like, that's a situation where against like an experienced competitive shooter player, I don't actually expect to get the pick anymore. It's really important to learn how to bomb jumps at that level, because that's really the only safe and consistent way. For all you know, they're going to have drop roller. Well, okay, I can check and see that the Slosher is the only one with drop roller. Why does the Slosher have drop roller, by the way? Anyway, I think some people just like look at drop roller and see this seems better than stealth jump because I've survived by using drop roller before. When I think it's like what they're failing to consider about the information that they're using, that they're basing their decision on, is that if they had used stealth jump, nobody would have even been camping their jump in the first place. So it seems like, oh, hey, here is a situation where this saved me. But it's really more like, it's just kind of more difficult to tell when stealth jump does save you, because it's more visible when someone catches onto your jump and it gets saved by drop roller. What do you think about the Squid Sisters? I think that they're... To me, they had a very likable dynamic, and I think they're kind of... They're not basic in the sense that, like, they're just, you know, boring. Because they're obviously not. They have very over-the-top personalities that foil each other in some interesting ways. But they're just kind of Japanese, you know, they're just kind of J-pop idols. They're there more to be recognizable entities than they are to say something unique and different. Which the first game needed. The first game was already so out there and wild, and there was so much to process about what was going on, that they needed characters to just be the K-pop idols. Sorry, the J-pop idols. They just needed someone up there that had enough, like, recognizability to an audience that you can look at them and attach to them and be like, okay, I get it. I get what we're doing here. And the fact that they established a precedent that people would then be familiar with enabled them in future games to riff on that subject more. It's like how in jazz, like, you'll play the actual melody for the first 20 seconds of the piece and then go crazy soloing. Like, they needed to establish what tune they were playing first before they could be like, okay, now we're riffing on it, now we're soloing, now we're doing bebop scales. So, I think they were an excellent baseline. Like, I really genuinely like the personalities of the Squid School sisters. Or the Squid School sisters, wow. I'm adopting them as my own, alright? They're a part of my brand now. Wow. I'm just so used to saying the word school after I say the word squid. There I did a little bit of that snap, by the way, Thea. There wasn't much of it, because I didn't need much of it, but I know that mechanic you're talking about. What's up, everybody? It's like, cringe? Oh, man. Better antagonize YouTube chat. Otherwise, people are gonna think I'm not cool, because I use the other website. I kid. I welcome any and all antagonism towards anybody in this chat. as long as it's not me. Using a variety of weapons to grind for the freshness bonuses? Exactly. Friend request. God dang it. I said I was going to do that like 2 games ago. Next time I get splatted, it's going to happen. Have I already deleted one? Shoot. I don't remember if I have. I am so sorry, because I know you have been waiting forever for me to get that figured out. And here I am getting distracted and talking about society. Antagonize, gaslight, promote corporate greed. Very good, very good. Onward, my minions. I did actually promote corporate greed on a recent video, I will say. Okay, friends. Friend. Oh shoot, I've got 2 of them. 3 of them. I definitely need to delete some. Oh wait, that was very recent. I haven't played with them in ages. MK2 is the best turf war bamboo. I don't... Do I have that unlocked? I'm only level 15. Whew. Made it in. I know this is Squid School, but let's talk some Celeste, shall we? I have never played Celeste. I've seen a few videos of it, and I have half a sense of what it is. And even that half of a sense of what it is almost makes me tear up, because it's a very beautiful game in a lot of ways. Is this a school gaming stream? That's an interesting way to dispel all of that. It is a gaming stream, and I was an English teacher for 3 years, so I guess so, huh? It does my heart good when a trans narrative gains mainstream popularity. That is incidentally the coolest thing about the Matrix movies, by the way. In case anyone wasn't aware of that. Big Man had something like a kid form that would only appear as a surprise during story mode. You still have the same problems of inexpressiveness during news and Splatfest. There's definitely, you know, if they do something like that and flesh out the character, like, I gained a lot more appreciation for the Splatoon 2 idols, specifically because of their role in Octo Expansion. That game really let those characters breathe in a way that they could not before. So I fully believe that the characters will be more fleshed out. All I'm saying is that they already have more room for expression than they are using on Big Man. Like, there are missed opportunities currently. It's not to say that they won't have more opportunities to flesh him out and make him more interesting in the future. Oh my god. I missed 2 shots at point-blank range, and that's how you get splatted. And it's hard. It being hard is the best part. If it wasn't hard, it wouldn't mean as much to climb the mountain. That was... You know how, like, Soldier 76's ult works in Overwatch? It goes target-rich environment, and then he aimbots? That was kind of how that situation there felt. I just walk out into the middle of them and I'm like, oh, I'm hitting everyone right now. If I had had a tri-slosher, I would have got 3 people at the same time. Big man is Mr. Grizz? I don't think so. If it is, then then I don't like that at all. Like, then we're still lacking a single positive male role model in that game. There's what is there? There's Captain Cuttlefish, and I mean there are some shopkeepers that are male. There's DJ Octavio, who is just pure evil and brainwashes Callie into dressing sexier, which is a little weird. And then, like... Sea Cucumber? Capitalist overlord who blows you up for messing up a task. There's Merch. Merch is a little bit of a gremlin at first, but he's mellowing out, it looks like. Who am I missing? Sheldon. Massive nerd who doesn't know how to shut up. My male role model is Krusty Sean. And see, like, they're all laid back. They're expressive in a mild way, but the only other way for them to be is obnoxiously pretentious, like the jellyfish clothing seller who just quotes Shakespeare constantly, or like pretends like he's Shakespeare, I guess. I think that is like, so, you know the way that like people view Undertale, where like Undertale is a masterpiece but its fans are awful? That's how I feel about Shakespeare. Like, Shakespeare is undeniably one of the best writers to ever use the English language. But also, the people who like Shakespeare and, like, make a point of liking Shakespeare and make it, like, a part of their identity, they're usually awful. Like, a lot of the time it's just them using fancy, archaic pronouns because they see them as fancy. And not just, like, normal-ass pronouns that everybody used at the time. They'll say, like, thee and thou, without even really knowing how thee and thou are supposed to be used, first of all. So they're just, like, misinformed on the syntax of the language. But also they'll do it because it's all Victorian and fancy and proper and like... That's something that I think Shakespeare would have absolutely hated. Because he wrote for the masses as well as for the royals. That was one of the things that made him special, that he put really gross sex jokes in his work, and kings and queens loved that shit. They ate that up. Nobody else was doing that for them. Everyone was too afraid to be too crass, but like, the queen thought that stuff was hilarious. That's part of the appeal of Shakespeare. That's not the only appeal of Shakespeare. He was also just very gifted with his words. But the fact that people then turn around and turn his work into the very sense of propriety that he made a significant break from culturally is just totally misunderstanding what he was about. Time I caught you live. Wish you good luck in your matches. Thank you. Old English is outdated. Shakespeare didn't speak Old English. Shakespeare spoke Middle English. And Shakespeare is a big part of the reason that we have modern English. Like, there was a lot more freedom in the language in Shakespeare's time. He was in a unique position and not just a unique capacity to change the language, because the Oxford English Dictionary had not come out yet. There was no standardization of the language. It was people were not prescribing the way that words must be spelled or used. Which is why the older the texts you get, the less consistent the spelling becomes. But like Shakespeare was able to just invent words, and if people liked them, they used them. And that was how it worked at the time. The word bedroom was literally invented by Shakespeare. I came in and all I heard was, and the Queen thought that was hilarious. I was talking about Shakespeare and his performances for royalty. How bawdy jokes were played for the benefit even of the royals. And they weren't necessarily like poo-pooed out of being produced for that reason. And sure, you can say that he did that for the people on the ground floor, but you've got to imagine that there was probably some snickering in the upper stands from the royals at some of those jokes. You have to think. Queen thinks dick jokes are funny. Exactly. Because, like, at a certain point, okay, granted, like, we shouldn't be making dick jokes with certain audiences, but at a certain point, dick jokes are just kind of funny for everybody. Like, a clever dick joke goes a long way. Poop jokes, fart jokes, like, we have two options with farting. I heard someone say this, and I very much agree with it. We have two options with farting. We can either find it gross, or we can find it gross and funny because it's gross. Those are the only two options we have. It's not like we can find them to be noble, right? We can't characterize them as this grand part of the human experience. That's just silly. It's absurd to try and do that. So we might as well find them funny. We might as well. The alternative is just we are grossed out. So why not? And so whether you are the Queen of England or just some random shitter in the stands who barely scraped together enough money to go out and see a Shakespeare play, you're going to look at a fart joke and you're going to be able to appreciate it, darn it. And that's what Shakespeare was able to give us. And a valid space in which to enjoy sexual humor. Degenerates, we're not going to go there. Fart is art. I mean, you can't spell fart without art. Like, that's why we make words that way, you know? The letters that are in the word are meant to indicate what that word is for. Because English is a well-designed language that has a very coherent philosophy behind it. Right. We all fart. Even the Queen of England. Hello. How is none of that hitting before? Huh. That didn't go down the wall at all. Must have gotten the angle wrong or something. I feel like... Let me go and test that real quick, because I feel like that should be possible. Also, I've been forgetting to check the friend requests. Huh. Okay, I guess it's the shape of it. Oh my goodness, I almost fell off. Uh-oh. Getting out of ink. I think. Well played. Oops. Yeah, it would be really funny if I would do that. Very amusing. I'd be considered a top entertainer of our time for doing so. Ah! I am deaded. Yeah, I feel bad about, like, not playing in the last 30 seconds, like, part of Turf War that actually matters. I'll accept friend requests and stuff when I'm, like, dead and it's, like, a minute in. Okay, now there's no point in holding the controller. Okay, so I think we've deleted a couple. I hope. Oh, no. Okay, here's one. Camera just went 144p. Yeah, it does that. It autofocuses, and I don't think that's anything that I can change with the software. I'm gonna hit yeah, and then as soon as I go loading screen, I'm getting amiibos. English is either very coherent or, depending on the words used, not coherent at all. English is a hodgepodge. It comes from so many different languages because the English just went and like colonized all of the places and found things they liked there. And that makes it very cool, but it also makes it very chaotic. There are so many different words for the same things. Like, a lot of languages don't have as many synonyms for words as English does, because English is able to find all of the French words for something, and then all of the Norse words for something, and then all of the German words for something, and then all of the Greek words for something, and decide which of those things they want to be able to use. Ah! Need to delete another one. I don't have time. I'm gonna DC if I do. But on the next death. Oh my god, why does this have to be such a two-step process? This is annoying! Alright, you know what? Here's what I'm gonna do. After this game, I think I'm just gonna take a break because I'm getting really hungry and I need lunch. And I'd rather eat lunch during the farming session than when I actually am going to be able to play ranked. Good luck in there. Alright. And can we clean up over there? It looks like we should be able to. We've got him pinched. We got somebody else. Man, this person's just making a run for it, huh? Got him eventually, but man, did that take a while. So those of you who are currently playing with me, I am going to be hitting nope. I'm not going to be entering another game particularly soon, so you might still be able to play another one anyway. But I will be getting out of this lobby after this game. As long as I remember to do so. But I'll try and keep talking about it, and that'll help me remember, you know? What's the weapon I'm using? So for... Right now it's a Rainmaker rotation, and the last Rainmaker weapon that I used for that was the Arrow Spray. Unless you're asking what weapon I'm using right now, this is a button. Because that file got to X rank, I now have to get a new file leveled up to be able to play X rank from the beginning again. The next weapon I'm going to be using for that will be the Explode. And I need to hit at least level 18 for that. Ideally level 22, because that's the custom kit, which is actually the one that people use the most often. But it'll be a start. I'll have Sprinkler and Bubbles. It's not a great combination. There is a way to pop the bubbles, but it's very convoluted and inconsistent. Like, it's not going to be... It's consistent, it's just not reliable because there's too much setup involved. That's a better way to put it. I would consider that an assist for myself, because the only reason that that player ended up in the fight where they got splatted and didn't just keep running away was that I cut off their escape route. So that's one of those little things that the in-game stats won't show you. Alright, I am dropping out. I will finally frickin' accept Amiibo's friend request. I'm so sorry, dude. That took entirely too long. Okay. But man, is my friends list overbloated. Okay, let's see here. Let's just delete a whole bunch of these. Delete the friend request if I can't join today. Free up space in the list. I would need to delete it from my list anyway. And there are a bunch of friend requests that I currently have active where I'm like, not accepting those until I end up needing to play with that person again. Batch deleting friends absolutely should exist. This process is way too long. It takes up way too much time on stream. And I hope it's possible. Actually, no, it won't be possible in Splatoon 3 because it's still working on the Splatoon, or on the Switch. Big sad. Kidders, by the way, is featured in a clip that I use in the How to Get Out of Ranked series a couple times. I've only ever been in their stream once, but they have lived on in my content. Admin wanted me out. Were they trying to like squid bag you or something? Or like targeting you or something? I don't remember who Kelsey is. Okay. That gives me at least a little bit of leeway. I'm not going to spend too much longer on this screen. Adding room codes. Oh, yeah, that's a great way to do it, too. That way we don't have to go back to this screen and accept friends and stuff. We can just keep the people who are actually our friends on our friends list. That's a smart way to do it. It's like I don't need to friend every individual person who I'm playing in a tournament match once, you know? What, from what we've seen in Splatoon 3's Direct and recent trailers, are you most excited for? There are a lot of massive quality of life improvements, and I think that's the biggest deal. Just that there are so many things that were annoying friction points of how Splatoon 2 worked. Like, the inability to lobby up with your friends. The inability to record replays. There were just so many little things like that that made the game so much more difficult for content creators, for people to play, for people to get into. And removing those reduces the barrier for entry. I'm going to go and make myself some food really quickly because I need to eat lunch if I'm going to be streaming for this long. And I don't want to do that during the ranked portion of it. So I'll take a couple minutes and go make myself some food, and I'll be back and I'll eat while I play the rest of the rotation out. Eat lunch to win the game. Absolutely. Eating food is important. If you don't eat food, you play worse. This is a thing that I have proven the hard way. Munch, munch, crunch, crunch. Mr. Jam went to eat his lunch. Like something you'd chant while doing double Dutch. Scrolling up just to catch up with chat. Bottle markers. Tent missiles show you, give away the location if we launch them. Really fast. Yeah, yeah. Popping missiles usually gives your position away. You can just look at, like, the missiles flying up into the air and, like, what direction they're coming from. There was a lot more of that in Splatoon 1 than there was in Splatoon 2, interestingly. Like, I feel like... So there was a meta in Splatoon 1 where quick respawn and quick super jump were in the meta. So you could just, like, get back in from spawn as quickly as possible. And especially on, like, tower control, you'd get one person on tower, that person would die, and you just super jump someone back into them. And super jump someone back into them. And, like, the charger would get, like, 6, 7, 8 kills in one defense because they respawned in so quickly. But eventually they'd miss a shot, and that was when you would be able to keep pushing the tower. Like, it was that crazy how bad it was. And one of the counterplay options that people developed for spotting this was because they would also all run stealth jump. And so it was really difficult to spot them coming in. So to counter this, people would look up into the sky and look for the inkling flying through the air and use that to know when they were coming down. I feel like people who have only played Splatoon 2 will just not know to do that. There are just not that many people who actually use that information that is up there in the sky for them. Like, people don't look up. As just a general rule, like, without glancing up right now, can you tell me what your ceiling looks like? You're probably looking up like, oh yeah, that's right, that's what's on my ceiling. I forgot about that. We as a species are not used to having to worry about things that attack us from above, and so we don't look up. Exactly, ceilings don't change. There was a young adult novel that I read where it was this like spy intrigue novel, you know, where assassinations happen and stuff. Someone gets killed in that story by walking into an elevator shaft, and what the villain has done is they've created a projector. They've projected a hologram of the inside of an elevator. And so when the door opens, there's not actually an elevator there, but it looks like there is. Now, why the door is opening while there's not an elevator there is not explained. But they make it such that this person thinks that there's an elevator there. Now, if they had looked straight up, they would have seen that the projector was there. They would have just looked up and been like, oh, why is that shining from there? And why is the shaft open? And they would have had a lot of questions. But you don't look up. You don't ask those kinds of questions when you're entering an elevator. What is there to see on the roof of an elevator? Or the ceiling of an elevator? And so they didn't check. And so they stepped out and fell down the elevator shaft and died. Joke's on you. I stare at my ceiling 24/7. Haha, gotcha, content creator man. This is one of the jokes in the Invincible comics, that superheroes just fly around in plain sight without worrying about being recognized because people don't look up. That is really funny, and I appreciate that series more for knowing that. But yeah, like, sometimes I like to just, while I'm out walking around in the world, so like, never, but in theory, if I were to go out and, you know, touch grass and stuff, sometimes I'm just like, I should look up. And so I look up. I haven't, you know, dodged any elevator death traps yet, but I've seen some interesting things that I wouldn't have seen otherwise. Yeah, you never know when you're about to get stabbed in the back by a spy or sniped, you know? If you look up, you spot those things. Actually, that is one thing that legitimately you can see in real life sometimes. Like, if you go to like a big public event where, you know, maybe there's an important speaker or something, if you look up, you will often see snipers posted up on the rooftops, just in case, like as security. I mean, am I saying that you're safe because you know that there's a sniper and you're out in the open in the rest of the crowd? I'm probably not, but I mean, I'm sure that people who are in that line of work are trained to spot those. When I look up, I usually just see spiders on my ceiling. That's okay. Spiders are friends. Okay? Spiders... Oh, wait. This is the wrong account. I need to switch over to the account that has Shlorp on it. Or it's going to be EdgeBlastr this time. Which one's active right now? Steve. Well, neither of those are happening today. Oops, wrong one. I'm doing this with one hand, so... because I'm eating soup with the other. Okay. Nope. Nope. Stop. Oh my god. Everything is wrong. There. There we go. Spiders are friends. Yeah, okay. You probably don't want a brown recluse lying around. That's true. Do you think abilities should have a more significant impact on the game than they currently do? I don't think so, because that would end up rewarding the players who have played for longer too disproportionately. Even in this game, where abilities practically don't matter that much, you will still hear a whole bunch of people complain, you know, especially casual players, when they see that somebody's got their gear all the way filled out and they're like, oh, well, this isn't fair. That guy's got his gear all filled out. When it's like, that's not the reason that they're losing, but it's a convenient excuse that they can make, and that would only get worse if, and more reasonable, honestly, as a complaint, if they were to increase its impact. I think it's in a pretty good spot, honestly, in Splatoon 2. I think it's where it should be. What kind of soup? It is cream of mushroom, and it's got barley in it and some other spices and stuff. Yeah, spiders, like... I agree. They're friends as long as they're not, like, violating my personal space. And they are bugs, so they are wont to do that, but usually, you know, you can tell by their behavior that they're more scared of you. So, you give them space to exist apart from you, and typically they're never going to bother you. They'll just sit in their little corner, eat some flies, get some flies out of your house. And just glue the back of your neck to your back so you can always look up and not fall victim to the very common elevator projector traps. Yes, yes, of course. Camp triggerfish. Yeah, it's going to be. I don't think that there has ever been someone who didn't get as high in the ranked system as they should have been by not having the right gear. I don't think that has ever actually been the most important factor in whether someone didn't get ranked up. I think with the right mindset and a certain amount of time that you have to actually work on it, I think everyone can hit X rank. And I don't think that using the wrong gear is ever going to prevent that from happening. Now, that being said, it's maybe not the fairest thing for me in particular to be saying, because I actually do have the ability to use gear that is fully leveled up and is optimized. But even then, for this challenge, I'm not using it. So. Because, like, what might happen... You ask a Smash Bros. Player, like, how good their character is on the tier list. Usually they tend to underrate them compared to what everyone else says. And I think a lot of the time that is a psychological defense mechanism. Because if their character is a little bit worse, oh, well, that means that they're way better for, you know, their losses are explainable to something other than them being accountable, you know. It's you're cooler if you can win with a low tier than you are if you can win with a high tier. So there's a little bit of a bias there, I think. But that's part of why with these challenges I'm not using the gear that I would want to use for this. I'm just using the starting gear. Interesting. Flying spiders. Definitely from Australia. I don't know, Amy. Amy's probably not still here. It's probably late as all get out for Amy. Main issue with gear. It's really interesting to make, but without a lot of returns for your effort. Yeah, it does take some time. It does take a long time to farm it up. Like, you have to be a certain kind of player to get a full gear build. And on one hand, I would like for that to be reduced. On the other hand, I understand why they're doing it. It's so that there's a sense of progression in the game, so that people don't get tired of the game. Oh right, I got bird. Sorry about that. I was hoping... okay, we lost the fight on the left is what happened. I was like, there should be someone coming up the middle any minute now, and I got impatient and tried to push it before they were actually there. And of course they were getting shot at in the meantime. Oh, that didn't get the splat. That's not good. I feel like this weapon is particularly good on this map, though. I think I'm not going to have too hard of a time compared to other places. I need to use the burst bomb to move faster. I did not have a plan ready for how to escape the Stingray. Which is what you need, by the way. You can't just, like, analyze your way to figuring out what you should do on the spot. It's always a matter of practice, of having done this before. Alright, and Power Clam makes it in. Most places I would object, because that's not going to be a scoring push, and we just gave them the Pity Clam for it. But on this map mode, this might well be a scoring push. Uh-oh. We need to not let that. I drew attention to it. Yo, they actually missed. That's insane. It's so awkward for me to out-hit this. Well, silly me for assuming that the basket would be cleared when we scored. Three very well-placed shots there, Gem. I'm very impressed with myself. Can someone... Actually, it's just a charger standing there with me. I shouldn't expect him to be able to go and do things. Got one. Got two. Should be able to score. Why am I getting closer to him? There's literally no point in me getting closer to him. That's not helping me win that fight. Frontline reflexes. There we go. For what it means, there's a person who can actually fly people there. Where'd my teammate go? You knew that there were two people in front of us. That's something we should be focusing on. Alright, we got him. Okay. Let's go, let's go. They're all down! No! We had an opening there! We could have rushed the basket. We just stood there. And that's what looking up at the heads-up display is for. They weren't involved in the fight that wiped the enemy team. And so because they weren't involved, they had no idea that it had happened, and that they could have just taken advantage of it. Like, that information is so, so important. Like, we could have scored, for sure, if we had just known the information that was up there on the screen for us. So if they don't know that there's, you know, that the coast is clear, if they haven't cleared anybody out themselves, then it is the smart choice to stay back. But that's only the case if you don't check the top of the screen. It's fine. We popped off there, honestly. Lots and lots of picks. Looking good for getting out of S rank. Hello, Zinc Blooper. Splatoon 1 is so much fun. I have played about 2 hours of Splatoon 1. I probably would have played a little bit more, but then my cat chewed through the power cable for the Wii U. And I never got around to actually going and getting a new power cable to replace it. Just kind of stuck to Splatoon 2. But it was very interesting. Splatoon 1 feels significantly different mechanically, even though all of the actions you can take are the same. Like, the map design makes such a huge difference in how the game plays. Pro tip, when you get splatted, you get a free full ink tank refill. I know, it's so OP, right? Everyone should just go around getting splatted all the time. Way to incentivize not dying, Nintendo. Always look on the bright side of death. Doo-doo, 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 doo-doo. I can't whistle in case you didn't know about that. Whistling is a part of that song. I've seen Splatoon 1 looks more open. My take on Splatoon 1 was that it played a lot more like a cover shooter. E-leaders aimed a lot further. Like, you could... So the top middle of Kelp Dome, okay? Picture Kelp Dome in your head. You've got that big top middle area. You could hit that from spawn with a Splatoon 1 E-leader. It was literally half the map that you had the range to hit. And so you had to play around cover a lot more because of those concerns. But there was also a lot more cover, and it was all a lot closer together. So it felt more like right peak advantage really mattered, and that like something like a EdgeBlastr was able to take advantage of those spaces, and that was why it was so much more valued in Splatoon 1, among other reasons. So, yeah, like Arowana, for example, is a lot smaller. So it was a lot less segmented. Like, it was much more linear. Yes, that is correct. I cannot whistle. Salt Spray Rig, best map in Splatoon? Was that the one where you have this, like, really long, narrow route out of spawn that the E-leaders can shoot at? That was not good map design. That was pretty wild. Yeah, they're bigger, but they're more cramped is a good way to describe it. Quick respawn takes a certain amount of ink from your tank when respawning, and you can't recharge it while super jumping. I mean, you're just going to recharge it all by the time you ever encounter the enemy again, unless you are getting spawn camped. I don't think that would make any difference at all. Man, that's not where I challenge that optimally from. I should be standing back. I'm again, just too many frontline reflexes, and now there's a roller that nobody knows about at our basket. I still haven't gotten the roller. Oh, you're right. That hit someone. Can we jump to that? No, we're not, because they're dead. Oh, we are jumping to that. Aha. I don't think, honestly, grabbing the power clam really was what killed me there. Oh, I didn't think they had one more shot. This one's not looking too hot. So how do we get out of here? What do we have to do? Oh my god. It feels like we're not trying to control mid at all. Like we're going straight for the enemy basket, but leaving our front door open. And they're getting scores in fast. I mean, it's worth it, but it's also not going to get us lead. So, losing a player there is yucky. Let's defend this push. I actually really like the idea to aim shit there, although it didn't look like it got played super well. Yeah. Just no defense, so even one person staying behind at their basket, let them put 3 over on the right-hand side, and they just get to the basket for free with overwhelming force. If we're going to make plays like running to the enemy basket that quickly, we need to be scoring sooner than we were. Needs to be actual threat to score. It's like, I sure couldn't move through mid. I got over to the left side, I think, once, and that was only because I super jumped a power clam there. I was just going to get dropped on as soon as I tried to go through mid there, so I couldn't follow up with my teammates unless I, like, super jumped to them while they were on left. Yeah, spawn camping Spyburb. Can't roll up the slopes on those random rails, just stop your roll. Yeah, dualies hate this map, and for good reason. I really don't like when they just put like a random railing or pole somewhere. Like the poles that support the grates on Kelp Dome. Yeah, I get that structurally they need to be there, but this is a video game. They don't need to be there. And they just block a ton of stuff that they really don't have to be blocking. You could just make them pass through. Okay, that is not a place that I want to be going. I wish someone else would contest it with me, but I just don't think I have enough of an advantage in that position to want to do anything from there. I'll try and go out right side. That might be a place where I have more agency. We don't need logic in video games. Exactly. I mean, we don't have a lot of it to begin with. What am I right now? A squid that turns into a human child in a world without adults or babies? I understand that canonically there are adults, and there probably are babies too, but we never see them. Not once. At most, it's mentioned Pearl's dad. What do you mean, that way? We don't have clams. How are you supposed to score? I'm sorry, friend. I could not save you. Okay, if you guys are going to be over there on the left, and they're going to be pushing right, please at least score a power clam or something. Like, they've had multiple power clams, they've had a bunch of attempts at pushes here. Thankfully, they haven't been flanking much, but... Okay. Let's go and help Lazuli here. And they died before I could get there. Not safe. Might be able to get some... Oh, nope, nope, nope. Can I get one more clan to spawn someplace? Okay. And that power clan goes in, we win, but we will not because the player is going to die. I'm probably going to die. Yeah. It's not going to take a lot. Literally one power clam ties it. Just really tie it. Power clam plus one. Behind you! Okay. Whew. That is the only way that I survive that situation. Alright, let's go camp. We didn't even have a power clan. This is hard. I'm trying to think of like how I can have more of an impact. Because I feel like what's really the biggest problem that's going on right now is that we're putting people in the wrong places. We're either like hyper-focusing pushing the basket. We're never really taking mid is the issue. I think that's part of why I'm trying to play mid so often. It's that I just see, okay, nobody's trying to actually take control of this, so we don't have the ability to rotate from one place to another. We'll have a successful defense, but then we'll spend all of our time painting mid, and then before we can actually make use of mid, they're back into mid and pushing us back on defense again. So the ways that our teammates are trying to counteract that are by taking hard left and just rushing straight to the basket. Which is fine, I think, at this level, if they're actually posing a legitimate threat to score. So they're either drawing enemy players away from mid so we can paint it on the other side, or... Is there something on here? It's the wind. So we've actually got a credible threat to score, and they're forced to respond to it, at the very least. Oh, nice. Can I make it in time? I don't think so. We'll try it. Yeah. Ah, somebody even saw. Alright. That I feel like I'm kind of okay with, because I feel like if they see that situation developing, they probably could have splatted me sooner. So once I got a certain distance safely, I figured I was in the clear. I do really like that they made that tiny little lip of the ledge paintable, so that you can get paint as soon as you get to the top of the wall. Nice. Oh! I didn't see them go around the corner. They jumped, but to there. Oh, crap. They've got a beacon there, is what happened. Oh my god. That was a fight that neither of us should have lost. Well, we stopped it. Guess people like these flanks a lot at this level. People are getting used to defending them. That was a lot of people. Nice. Still a couple of people there. I like that they're getting rid of the power clam instead of holding it. I don't mind if it goes and breaks. A lot more about the control I'm winning these fights. Now, it would be good if someone was collecting clams. Oh. Didn't realize there was someone over there. That's probably on me. That's probably something I could have spotted before it developed. Once again, peeking a blind corner just a little bit too optimistically there. I got pushed by the inkjet. Second shot missed. Now, unfortunately, people are not checking the map to see those beacons. So there's already someone on the right-hand side again. They're actually using them as bait. Something I probably should have realized earlier when that happened before. Okay, but we've got triple super jump coming in. Took way too long to turn and look. Okay, nice. Left, okay. That's the only power clam they've got. They needed to save that. Maybe not. Oh, okay, they made another one, I guess. Alright. Cool. special looks so good to why missiles. There are a lot of things that they could do to missiles to change it. You know, they could just revert it to early Splatoon 2 missiles where they were really bad. Booyah Bomb is still going to be very strong. It's going to be stronger now because previously meta specials like Stingray and Armor are not in. Man, I missed a raid again. I'm sorry, X-Ray. Appreciate you bringing everybody over. But I don't know if he's even here anymore. This frickin' bot, like, again, there is a test raids button that I can press, and it will initiate a raid here. But it just doesn't work. When someone actually raids, I don't see it. Like the new Booyah Bomb animation. I don't know if I like it. It's a lot smoother, so you can't see through it. It smoke screens a lot harder. And I don't know if I like that aspect of it. I kind of liked that you could tell a little bit of what was going on the inside of it. Like, it gave you the sense that there's actually something in there. It's not just a solid wall, like a solid sphere of ink. Ink Armor isn't coming back? Nope, not as far as we know. I don't know if it's been, like, actively disconfirmed, but it has not been announced at all. And good riddance. It was way too polarizing. Like, I think what they need to do is just, ideally, not have any specials that have a global impact. Like, when you pop your special from spawn, you should not be able to effectively use that special unless they are in your spawn. But missiles lets you be in spawn and missile all of the other team. Ray lets you just delete someone from the other team. Armor made all of your teammates significantly more likely to win fights. Like, you should be forced to interact more with your opponents to be able to use a special. Thoughts on missiles returning? It's not good, but it's not gonna, like, doom the game either. I hadn't thought about Tentacooler kind of being a replacement for Ink Armor or a rework of Ink Armor. One of the things that's a lot more, I don't want to say good about Tacticooler because it seems like a major weakness, but if you throw a Tacticooler, the enemy team knows that your teammates are gonna need to go and pick that up. What's stopping them from just shooting people at the Tacticooler? Literally pre-firing the Tacticooler. Is it Tacticooler or Tentacooler? I forget. Tacticooler. Yeah, I've been seeing a bunch of people call it Tentacooler, which is also a cool name. But is it cooler? Mm-hmm. These are the real questions. Man. That one, it felt like I actually hit all of my shots before they hit all of theirs. By all of my shots, I mean one shot, but it's whatever. Probably latency. It's like I could probably look at that situation and be like, I don't think I win that. known these were here, I probably would have actually kept the basket open, but this is fine. These guys protected if they come in. And now, oh, this is beautiful. We'll let them throw those in. Actually, shoot. What I was trying to do was make sure we could keep the basket open. It's like, right now what teammates should be doing instead of defending against that one rogue power clan is just focusing on KOing and ending the game. That could have gone better. We don't actually have enough to win, even if that person stays alive in a 1v3. But what's nice is that we have mid control. Like, I'm able to just get into a dumb position like this because I'm not getting stopped from going through mid. Cool. What team are you choosing for the Splatfest? I am choosing paper. Because I think that is the superior rock, paper, scissors choice on a blind read. 52 popped off. Nice, S+0. They don't call the drink you get for buffs Tentacola, then it's a 0 out of 10 special. Are you actually a gem? No. Next question. 4 wave breakers at the same time. If you staggered them, could make it very difficult to survive. That said, if you use 2 specials on one spot, then the people should probably die or get way backed up. Advanced jump rope. Exactly. Gem can terrastalize? I don't even know what that word means. I have sent pretty art to me in Discord. Oh, let us see the pretty art. That is pretty art. They're making a power clam. They got like a bunch of clams around them, and the football isn't sewn up all the way, and so they're still stuffing clams inside it. That's a neat concept. Thank you, Gamer Doodle. Opinion on Reef Slider? If it's not invincible the entire way through, bottom tier special. It's going to be Splashdown 2.0. That seems way too easy to shoot someone out of, especially since it telegraphs where it's about to go. Like, you see the tracks on the ground. You just aim in the direction the tracks are coming from and shoot. And I feel like you can splat someone off the back of that, unless it is invincible the entire way through. Then, I think it's a pretty neat special. I actually wanted to see what Splashdown would have been like if it were fully invincible the whole way through. I don't think it's unbalanced if you make it that way, and I've said that a number of times. Oh no. Okay. I was worried because I missed my shot and didn't have ink for another one. Alright. Oh, let's go when we kept it open. Beautiful. solo queue pushes to 35 are really good. That's something that doesn't happen that often, except in maybe like high-level X rank, where everyone's got competitive experience anyway. Wow, that was way off, too. So I wasn't even trying to aim at the brush. The brush was the one I was closest to even hitting, but it airballed. It's invincible at the end of it, and I think that's what they're trying to show with the Hydra. But I don't know if it's invincible the whole way. It really needs to be invincible the whole way. Uh-oh. Put you down. Oh, let's go, Pierce. Let's go, Pierce. I got you. I got you. At first I was saying I got you to my teammate, but then I was like, let's make a pun on the way people use the word get. Haha. This is a terrible idea. I could have used those missiles. That would have been easy. There we go. Don't have one made yet. Ah! Why is their charger over here? That seems like a mistake. That second shot needed to hit. Got it after like 5 attempts. That counts for something, right? And that's the last one. They're down. I was expecting that I would be able to swim backwards as soon as that happened, and then I ended up in enemy ink. Oh well. We have a lead of 11 to 77. I think we're fine. They also have not made a power clam, and I'm not sure any of them realizes that. I'm like, you don't have a power clam. You have no clear intentions of making a power clam. I don't have to play the game. Should have a windshield type thing with limited HP and probably like damage multipliers. Oh, out in the front of it? That would be cool. Kind of like a diva shield. You can flank this thing, but you can't just shoot it if it's running right at you. Bomb shredding it instantly would be fine with how fast it is. Like, you throw one bomb at it, right, and that shreds the shield. But if you throw another bomb at it, it just goes past it, right? So if you throw a bomb, then you have to shoot it. Like, that's definitely something that requires 2 people, I would think, to actually get rid of. Because I think the recovery time after throwing a bomb is too long for you to be able to get lethal shots out in that time. It does move pretty quickly, unlike how, you know, splashdown rose up in the air first while you were still vulnerable. You'd need to be shooting it as it comes towards you. The problem with it right now is that it's such a telegraphed path, you know exactly where to shoot. So you can just practice that and get good enough that wherever it ends up starting from, you know exactly where you need to put shots to splat that player. But if you need to get a lethal bomb on the shield and then shoot at it, I think that's a reasonable amount of counterplay to expect somebody to have to do. I don't think that's going to happen that often. It's only going to work if it's at two very prepared players who are standing right next to each other. And like one of them knows, I am the bomber, the other one knows, I am the shooter. That's something that would work in a competitive environment, but I don't see that happening very often in solo queue. I don't predict that would happen very often in solo queue. So. Cool. That's a decent score. I don't think we get any more after that. Oh no. My awareness of the rail there is not great. Nice. There, isn't it just good? They're coming up. Are they? I'll watch it. Oh, I'm surprised the second shot didn't hit there. Darn. Maybe it didn't, it's just didn't do enough damage or something. That's 2 for 2, I think? Oh, glad I threw that. That was meant to be just for painting, but... Cool. Figured there would be someone there. They're in the corner. I'll be able to adjust in time. This guy's looking at me. If I super jump over here. Well, we all have reverse direction there. I'm in a little bit of a perilous position. I don't want to step out too far. Yeah, good positioning on the part of the Clash Blaster there. Unfortunate that we lost the Power Clam, but we had already lost our ability to push it in anyway. We got flanked so hard by them. Well, that's 2 sets of missiles that didn't do anything. These do. Nice. Okay, good job. They could only swing once and there were 2 of us. We just stay apart from each other and they can't possibly get us both. Thank you for the follow, Mixable Tick. Mixable Tick. Inability to hit this Flash Blaster does cost us a lot in this game. It doesn't cost us everything. Ah, it did cost us everything. I think the biggest advantage we're going to get with the Reef Slider is that we'll probably be able to end it early and mix up the opponent. I don't know, it would seem really weird if you could just, like, press a button and all of a sudden he's not on the Reef Slider anymore and he just stopped dead. Seems like it's going to be commitment. I'm curious to see what happens if you launch off a ledge, like, whether you're able to actually, like, jump over gaps with it or something. That could be cool. You can end it earlier, but how much recovery time is there on it if you do end it earlier? By end it, do we mean he still goes through the whole animation of, like, the explosion and everything? Well, having it be cancelable is good regardless. So you don't accidentally, like, run past your target. Like, that much I honestly expected it. I really wish... what do I wish? I think the problem there, for me, was that I was trying to make a move where I dodged one way to get them to assume that that was the way that I was going to go and overcommit to it. But my teammate went in the other direction, the direction I actually wanted to go. So some of them were already looking where I was trying to make them think I wasn't going. Which, it's not a good play on my part, so I don't blame my teammate for, like, messing it up for me. But that's why that went the way it did. Oh, one of them gave up. But not that one. Okay, that's fine. Just make sure we can end the game. We're not going to be able to end the game. We don't have enough clams. Trizuka is going to work like Inkstorm, where you don't have special duration. You just have 3 shots and shoot them whenever you like. That's not exactly how Inkstorm... I mean, it is, I suppose. The thing about Inkstorm is that it works like Ink Armor did, where while it's active, it's not going to actually, like, allow you to charge any more special. The roller DC, that was one of the players that was still trying. We really need one more clam, huh? Oh my god. Okay, thank goodness we found it. That was just a waste of time at that point. Not many matches get to 30? I'm confused. Beacon is confirmed? I haven't seen anything of it, but... Hello, expats! Did I not post about it in Discord? I thought I posted about it in Discord. Oh! I have the message typed out in Discord announcements. And... I forgot to hit enter. Well, maybe we'll get some more people watching now. That's funny. Yeah, we've only been live for 3 hours. We haven't missed that much. They went right for me. Three hours of content gone. Hi, Vaz. Oh, oh. Okay, look. I'm just trying to splat your friend, okay? Didn't have anything against you there. Why you gotta be like that? Alrighty. Crisis averted. Let's go back to help for the mid. In retrospect, firing that blaster shot was a bit too obvious. Nice. I'm not trying to score, I'm trying to let you guys score. That's about as much as we were going to get at that point. It was like a 4v2. This is good. Definitely a holdable lead. Oh, looks like we're still making moves here. Probably didn't missile the right people there, though. I missiled the left. They might have been able to collapse on that guy. I don't need to score here. I'm not really trying to. I'm more just trying to keep them bottled up in their base so that they are going to be more manageable and are going to score themselves. I'm not trying to score. I'm not trying to let this guy throw this clam at me. Did it. With the trade there, we should still be able to get it in, I think. I don't know how much more we get after that. Yeah, I don't like that play, because we just end up giving them a pity clam. We don't gain anything in return, because we didn't go anywhere past the penalty. It's not like we're going to try and score again. We're just going to try and stop them from scoring at this point in the game. I guess me getting the power clam makes it so that if I had died, I would not have given them as many clams back. But trying to score it, like the teammates clearly wanted me to, probably not the play. Okay. Oh, we're 2 down. I don't like this. And our teammate is out of position. It's dangerous. But if they filter in 1 by 1, we just keep hitting them down. Bad use of missile aggro there, but that's fine. Because they just decided to throw their power clam forward, I guess. Yeah, that is a really cool drawing. GamerDoodle is right to amp up their doodling abilities. Or hype it up, not amp up. No, you say you didn't play Splatoon 1, but what's your opinion on the Hammerhead Bridge coming back to 3? I never played that. I have not played a single match of Splatoon on that map. I've seen that map and know kind of how it worked. And the people who liked that map in Splatoon 1 should be deeply upset about how they adapted it to Splatoon 3. Because nothing that made that map what it is in the remake of it. Those grates, those scaffolding over the top were the defining feature of the map, and they're just not there anymore. And they don't have the poles that were there to support them either. So now the map is just like really rectangular and normal. FLC is calling it Walleye 3.0, which I'm a little bit worried about. Walleye being his and also my pick, I think, for the worst map in Splatoon 3. I don't know if he would call it the worst, but it's definitely one of the worst. Because it's just too choke-pointed. This is not a place I want to be ever. Get back all the way up here. Fire these. Oh. They almost let me get the trade, but... Okay, which one am I jumping? Oh, that is not the one I wanted to jump to. Okay. It's gonna be a lot of this. Backed up. We're using rain even though there's nobody here. even really want to move too far here. I'm here to create opportunities for my frontliners not to go on this side. Oh, crap. That was well played. They prevented me... So, I have control over that angle if there's no Toxic Mist there. But because the Toxic Mist was slowing me down, I couldn't get in range before the Jet Squelcher killed. A really smart play by them. Now, it was less smart for them to expose themselves there, but the Bloblobber did a good job of covering them. Now, what's also happening is we're just getting 2 power clams in on this side, and they're not putting anywhere near enough people there to stop it. Okay, now this is a power... Oh my god. I was about to say this is a powerful position for me to be in. And then I just got lasered out by the knot. I should have noticed them painting the wall and got shots around the ledge before they could peek me like that. I probably died here. Yeah. Ooh, and there's a flank on the left. Good job, Ollie backed up. Oh no. Good stop. Good stop, Lilac. Well played. Nice. Great pinch. Definitely something that Jet isn't going to expect. Did we have enough clams to even make a power from there? Oh, nice! 2 from the missiles. There are too many people here now. Ah yes, you see me shooting over here, so put yourself in the position that I was shooting. That is indeed the idea. We take those. Haven't been able to talk to you since the Splat 3 trailer dropped, but I can probably guess your opinion on stuff like match reviewing. Yeah, that was made specifically for me, pretty much. I've watched the direct so much I didn't understand why 8 clams didn't make a power clam. Holy moly, you have been watching that a lot. Who is FLC? FLC is the Splatoon analyst who... our entire fundamental knowledge of the game on a theoretical level comes from FLC's work. The term skirmisher, the term slayer, the term anchor, FLC invented those. The way that, you know, we look at the objective modes and what space you have to control, like, all of that is FLC's explanation of the fundamentals of the game. He works with top players and coaches them to help them understand how the game works. And he's just really good at it. Do you think substrafing will still be a thing now that there's squid roll? Absolutely, because squid roll is going to be a little bit more of a commitment. Squid roll is not going to be just like spam the squid roll button to move faster than you normally would, right? There's going to be some recovery time at the end of the squid roll, So the squid roll is going to be something that you do to get you the last, you know, little bit of the way forward before you're safe. Like, you swim your way to the corner and then squid roll to get around the corner or something like that. Because if you're just squid rolling to try and get away from an opponent, you're probably going to be moving slower than if you just swam away. So maybe you squid roll if you notice that there's going to be a significant source of damage in the near future that you need to armor through. But otherwise, it's not like going to replace your typical movement. Ah! Well. The thing about jump scare situations like that is that a lot of the time, there's really only one direction you can shoot, and that is at that player. So, it works out for you. Squid roll more as a parry. Sort of. Like, it's going to have some limited utility in that regard, but it's also not a full parry. We know it's only going to negate some damage. We don't really know exactly what that means. Squid roll combined with the dualies roll. Yeah, that's an interesting question, and whether the charger is able to keep its charge while it's squid rolling is also going to be an interesting question. Or like the Nautilus. I am upset that I did not save the there. Darn it! Like, I saw that player coming, teammate didn't. I was trying to get shots on them and I just missed. So there, I intentionally, like, shot way further to the right, and that was because I realized my teammate was covering the area that I was about to shoot at. Like, my teammate was going, how did we let that through? That's annoying. Stalls our push for a long time and also loses us the lead. And also, we still haven't splatted them, so they're still here. And we still died to them. And here we are back to doing this. This is insane. Why is this okay? Why is this a part of the game? Finally! My god. Are they still over there? Oh my god. That was so aggravating. I mean, I could have hit that shot probably, but I shouldn't have put myself in a position where I needed to. They are at our baskets. As far as we can go. Okay. Make sure we're not letting them in. There's the last one. Good job, teammate. That's exactly what I needed you to do there. Do we have the power clam? Now we do. clams to keep this open now. Also need to defend. This is not what I'm best at doing. 2 clamps, 2 clamps. We need 2 clamps. Jump him in, jump him in, jump him in now. Oh my god, this is so close. I don't think we make it. Oh, that was... Oh my god, that was half a second away. There are probably movement optimizations that the clam collector could have had that would have saved the game there. That was a pretty good opportunity. Yeah, I think we do know that Intensify is stackable. I remember seeing that elsewhere. Coming back to Splatoon after a multi-year break, is S-Rank in all modes good for 230 hours played and account level 47? I don't know. So, my first answer to that question is that you're using the word good, and I would like you to define what the word good is. Like, yes, you're asking, you know, what is the comparison between me and other people who are level 230 and level 47, but I don't know what 230 hours and level 47 looks like, necessarily. I don't have a great sense of what that is in my head. But I would direct you to my video about the term getting good. Because I think that trying to be good and not having more specific goals that are like numerically or objectively verifiable, now you're just asking me what I think good is subjectively. You're thinking like, am I a good player? Like, just like me as somebody who is X-rank all modes and plays competitively. Like, am I good? Some people would say yes, some people would say no. Good really just means, like, better than me or something like that. So, I don't really talk about good. Ah! The amount of time I've spent playing. Is it good? Well, what does good mean? Like, I get that there's a, for the amount of time I spent playing, that makes it more specific, but again, people would say that 2200 X rank is really good, and then there are some people who would say that's really bad. And so, like, whose idea of what's good and bad is right? Which one should I be working with? I don't know what your standards are for yourself. Are you looking to be top 500 in the next month? Or are you looking to be better than your friend who also plays? It really depends on your own personal goals, and so I don't find it to be a useful question, nor a question that I really know how to answer. Oh my god. I would like to be able to move. We do have one junior. I guess a dynamo. That paints decently well as well. But it is... It's like we're protecting the junior, but we need the junior to paint for us really, really badly. Okay, we're going to take the right. Right. Check that there. Nice. I didn't actually think I was going to get that. Above average, and that I don't have the stats to be able to tell you. Like, I cannot tell you if somebody's who's X rank or S rank, sorry, how many hours they tend to have. I can tell you how someone at S rank tends to play, because I've done a little bit of actually like studying that for my videos. But I couldn't really tell you whether you're doing better than people typically are at that amount of time played. That's a situation where winning the fight is more important than getting the clam in. And that's something that people over-focus on, is like, can I get the clam in? If you win the fight, you're guaranteed to be able to get the clam in. But if you don't win the fight, then there's just no shot. But if you do win the fight, you're able to get the clam in even if they can swing first. And so I threw the power clam early, knowing that getting rid of it would help me in the fight, because I'm less visible that way. Sometimes you can even get someone to shoot at the power clam, because they're tracking the power clam icon, thinking that you're going to be still attached to it. I don't like that position. That's a dynamo too. No way that is going to survive. Ooh, okay. Ugh. Oh, I thought I could get it. And now we get scored on. I would say, like, okay, this is an annoying comp to have to work around, except that we also are up against a team that's got a lot of heavy backline and can't move very fast. Okay, we need to score that, and we need to score it fast, so I'm just going to try and beeline the basket. Unfortunately, it's up to the Hydra to score clams here, which is a very unlikely prospect. Dynamo looked buff from the 3 footage. I don't think it is. Somebody went and made a comparison of... So there was a big tweet that went viral where someone was like, look at the Dynamo's range! Like taking the tricolor Splatfest footage where there's a Dynamo on the yellow team on the right-hand side, and they were looking at the range like, whoa, that's insane! But it's on Sturgeon Shipyard, right? You can compare Splat 3 Sturgeon Shipyard to Splat 2 Sturgeon Shipyard, and someone went in Splatoon 2 Sturgeon Shipyard and flicked with the Dynamo in the same places, and it was exactly the same range. So I think that person who was looking at it didn't actually have a sense of how good the Splatoon 2 Dynamo is. Worth it to buy a Pro Controller? Oh, absolutely. So I used Joy-Cons for a very long time, even into competitive play. And the reason that I switched off was simply that the Joy-Cons were very inconsistent in terms of whether they drifted or not. They were just not... Like, I was just having to spend too much money on replacement Joy-Cons because the ones that I was using would just stop working on me. A Pro Controller has never actually done that to me. So, I think in the long run, you actually save money by getting a Pro Controller because it will just last longer and be more likely to work the first time. Ah! Again, I'm trying to challenge. Replace rate challenge. That was exactly what they needed to do. Throw my aim off. Yeah, dumb positioning again. I'm just not thinking about where I want to roll out on this weapon. If you use my range. Okay. I didn't even get the splat, but we got... Oh, there was a Tri-Slosher behind me. Neato. Please see the jump. Okay, we're good. Let's go, Lexi! You're cracked, Lexi. Let's go. Look at you just getting a casual quad. Oh, I cannot be here. That is what I have learned. Good trade back. Unfortunately, it's looking like we are not going to be able to stay there. Easiest direct in my life. That's never going to work. It's just them right there. What if you do this? We can just run away from them. Their plan's back here, for one thing. Yeah, I don't want to be here. So I wasn't going to be able to get away by swimming through the path that I painted, and I figured that out. So what I was trying to do was go a different direction than they expected, in the hopes that they would miss enough shots to give me time to get away. And it didn't end up working out, but I think it was the best shot that I had. I got you, Remington. Into the hammer's waiting arms. Map's wipe, so we go and score off that. I almost got the second shot on. And we died. I don't... Okay. Whew. That was very close to being a jumpable target for a power clam. Okay, we stopped that one. We didn't stop the other one. And I don't blame the Nautilus there. They just had too many things to look at. Okay, we've got to get one more power clam in. Not the end of the world. But annoying, given there's only 1 minute left. Off before everyone else dies. Forward and score. However, let's see, that is especially realistic at the moment. Okay, okay. We're in. Let's lead. Everyone is missing me. Kind of crazy that I was able to get that pick. Like that moment in episode 4 where C-3PO and R2-D2 just walk through the corridor and there's shots flying all over the place and they just are miraculously untouched. Alright, I stopped 2 of them. Teammates should have the others. Let's go, Remington. Yeah, let's go! Very good, very good. I know about using burst bombs instead of shots. I think in that situation I was out of ink. If I used a burst bomb. Or tried to use a burst bomb. Hi, Citrix Gaming. Shout out to all my fellow Fry fans. Very nice, very nice. Those of you who have seen my post on Twitter, I mean, you know, but I'm not a huge fan of the whole making fun of Fry for their forehead, because that's just a thing that people are insecure about in general, and it gets made fun of a lot more often than it should. And it shouldn't in general, I guess I should say, but it gets made fun of even in situations where it doesn't make any sense. Like, I've had to explain to 13-year-old students that no, their hairline is not actually receding. Like, they haven't even hit puberty yet. It's not gonna happen for a while yet. But they're all worried about it because the kids are making fun of each other's foreheads. So, I think it's generally a hurtful thing, and I don't like seeing it. Ah, there I am painting without using the burst bomb because I think I have time. Oh well. Meanwhile, our teammates were doing useful things. Unlike me. I can hit this. Oh, goodness. Just had the same exact thing done to us. No, I missed it. Okay. We saved the lead. In the most scuffed way possible. Oh, beautiful. For spacious skies and amber waves of grain. Purple mountains' majesty. Love the food plain. It's like, I get, they're a fictional character. Like, it's not nearly as hurtful as it would probably be if it was a real person. But I don't think the impulse to just, like, make fun of someone like that is healthy in anyone. Like, I don't think there's a reason to do it that is benefiting anyone. I don't mean to just, like, call you out in chat. I'm just... That's how I feel about it, and I've made that opinion clear, I think, in a tweet that I made recently. Oh, come on. Just give me two. Can I get some... Oh, my God. We had an opportunity there. Oh, maybe I can? Maybe I can't? I cannot. But Remington probably can. There's a bunch of clams down there for them to throw in. Got through penalty, didn't get anything more. Yeah. Oh man, that was cool. It's like, it's point blank range. It's not that impressive, but it was definitely brave. Attaboy, Remington. Yeah, she's not my favorite either. Although she does have better taste in rock, paper, scissors choices. So I'm going to be team paper during the Splatfest. I almost got out of there. Let's go, Remington. Remington's been popping off this game. We're in good shape. I was doing the white ink frames thing again. I wasn't charging enough ink. Ugh. I'm used to being able to sit in the ink for a certain amount of time and to be able to shoot after that. And I need to adjust that for playing this weapon because it just takes a lot longer. And it's petrifying to have to sit there and wait for the ink to go back into the tank before you can do anything. No, Gem, come join the big man cult. I've already talked at some length about my opinions about Big Man. Actually, I don't know if you were there for that or not. Wait, Mars, aren't you... Hold on. Hold on. Oh, okay. So we've gone from it being like really, really late for Amy to just being a normal morning time to be awake for the Australian people. Most popular team always loses. See, that was how it was, and then it stopped being the case after they redesigned it. So, it really depends on how they score everything. Why isn't nobody there with me? Blah, 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 blah. What are you doing? They're right there. In vision. At least you got him. Oh, yeah, they were like sitting right here while someone was coming in on the right side. That's perplexing behavior to me. Especially as a roller, like if you're a long-range weapon, okay, that's one thing. I'm playing a dangerous game here. Like, one more bomb than I can handle, and I am dead from that. But it ended up working. Oh no, it didn't work out because I didn't hit that direct even though it was on. Aim RNG on the jumps. So I think I came up over the top of a ledge, and that caused my aim RNG to spike. Oh, I was paying so much attention to the suction bomb, I didn't see the splat bomb. He is a positive male role model figure. He's just... He could be a better one. Oh my god! Come on, Jen. Come on. They ran right at you. They did not dodge. Gotta hit those. Nice. Another blaster. Nice. And there's one coming around the right hand side. Let's try and pick it up. Right? I thought there was. Grab that. He's going to be paper because no fingers? True. How is he supposed to make finger scissors? They did actually make a joke about that, though, because they're like, finger scissors? What kind of expert are you on fingers? You don't have any. It's like that SpongeBob gag, like, fingernails, fingernails, fingernails. You don't even have fingernails. Oh. Well, yeah, we're dead. Okay, teammate saw. Teammate still died, but teammate saw, and I appreciate that anyway. Okay, just this one. And they're a blaster, so they're not going to be able to move up quick. Let's just launch these. That we can catch them trying to move forward too quickly. Yeah. There we go, 3 down. I was hoping the burst bomb would be enough to kill, that they had done enough damage to that player. Yeah, alright. We got lead in a more significant way, but it's still anybody's game if they get a push in. There's 2 sets of missiles. We only lost 1 player for it, and we got 1 in return. And there's also an inkjet. The specials are running out. Uh-oh. My time is running out here. Oh, we do not need you over there right now, Remington. We need you back at the basket. God bless America. Alright. We now protect Remington. I'm just so worried that they come in and score on the other side. Nope, they're all on defense. Make sure that we get this. Oh no. No, we hit it and it didn't go in yet. You've got to be kidding me. I bet if I had burst bombed instead of using my main weapon that one time, it would have actually been in time. Oh. It wasn't enough for lead by itself. We needed 1 more clan to go in, but I think I had a teammate behind me who was ready. Oof. This would be a great place to add an ad. What? White and red is such a boring t-shirt? I don't think that's what I'm wearing. What are we looking at? There's a Mario? Oh, you were Lexi! GG's, Lexi. Sorry, that's like 6 minutes late, but... And there's Suspicious, I Suspicious. Man, I'm missing so much chat. Mushroom Starfest? That's not coming back, is it? Because the first one is rock, paper, scissors for this. Well, the score doesn't trigger until the clam has burrowed into the basket. Like, that is a known aspect of how it works. Should it work that way? I don't really see why it has to work that way, but... it's at least something you can play around and know about. See if my teammates can do anything with that. We did have 3 down before, so they're all going to be spawning. Teammates will at least be able to take good positions for holding lockout. Oh my god, this is so bad. Whew. Oh, that didn't direct? Because it was too far away. Oh no. Why are we at the basket? We don't have clams. Like, we're not gonna get to any that soon either. They're still alive over there. I don't think that's worth. What we can do is use this. Oh my god. I should have hit, like, the first shot, but then definitely the second shot, instead of needing the third. That was a good movement to dodge my shot. Players at this level are starting to get to the point where they will look at where your blaster is being aimed. So, like, what I was doing there, I couldn't see where anybody was. It's not like I was anticipating anyone was actually going to come and pick up the power clam. But because I was shooting at it, nobody could come and pick it up. And so even though I couldn't see anybody, you know, all I'm losing is a little bit of ink. And in exchange, I'm getting a guarantee that they do not score. Alright. Oh my goodness. I waited longer that time. I actually got shots off. Thank you so much, teammate. Over the rail now. Look at me over here. I'm just being menaced, you know? Not winning a lot of fights here. So they're one down. Well, I guess we're one down too. They have way too many power clams in their possession. Has this been happening the whole time? They just need to be flanked? Let's fire those and see if I should do anything with them. That does put a lot of pressure on them. There's a lot of scoring that they're going to need to do to counteract that. I don't think we get the KO in time. Oh, somebody actually died over there. I should not have picked those up. There's no point in me trying to get clams to score. I should be picking clams up and throwing them off the ledge. Very good game. All right, it started off a little rough, but we had some good defensive plays there. Got a whole bunch of picks on people trying to filter into the basket. Hi, Debbie! And there's a raid from Inkling on Fire from 5 minutes ago, actually. I probably shouldn't have missed that. Unfortunately, my raid notifications aren't working, and so I missed it the first time. But thank you, everybody, for coming in. Really appreciate you guys. Love the NA translators. They're very funny. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of credit that is owed to the localizers for games, because translating from Japanese is not an easy thing to do. Not coming back. We were just talking because Mushroom Starfest was so unbalanced. Oh, everyone picked Star. Yeah, yeah. You're only missing chat because you're so popular and everyone wants to talk to you. You could keep the shirts from previous fests as collectibles. Yeah, I would think that would be... That would be a lot of fun, I think. And they'd all just work the same way. It's not like you're getting, like, all that much out of ability doubler gear. I guess you're getting the ability to farm faster, and maybe that's what they don't want. More than one or something. Oh yeah, something to put in your locker. They can totally do that with Splatfests now. Because before you didn't have anything aesthetic that stayed on you except for your gear. But now they can totally just have like some kind of souvenir that you put in your locker every time. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I think people rush to basket because like most of the time when you get that much space, you are going to be able to make a power clam, but sometimes people just don't pay enough attention as they're going. They're assuming it's going to happen, and it's not always going to happen. I did see that the heavy Splatana is a chainsaw, and they've got it in a couple of the ads. I see a shirt I like, I purchase it. That is, in fact, the gamer way. And yes, everybody, welcome Debbie. All right. Sorry you're busy, Yanni, but hopefully you're getting stuff done. Shoutouts to Sputnik Cat. Also, hi, Slydra. In before Slydra's been here for like 30 minutes, and I just noticed. And I did the thing again. Every time I go to Camp Triggerfish, and then I come back and forget that I wanted to open someplace else. Gets me here. Oh, it wasn't even the rain, it was the blob. Been live for 9 minutes? That's not true at all. My internet didn't go out or anything, did it? That was a little brave, because I was pretty sure that I was going to get jumping aim RNG. Nice. Let's pop these before I do anything else. Ah, crud. I really don't trust my ability to stay alive if I go in there. But we do keep managing to find kills as we go. Yo, the juggle there was actually so clutch from them. I don't know if I'm able to capitalize on it, but that was such a smart play. They saw that the one clam was going to be dying, so they juggled right before they threw theirs in to keep it alive. Refresh the despawn timer on it. Oh, okay. Man. Sometimes you just get 2 clean picks and everybody else on your team dies. I'm surprised that none of those hit. We're good. Oh my god. Yeah. I don't know why we're not pushing forward after we cleared it. Was there somebody else there that I didn't see? That might be my bad for not noticing. I don't see signs of a fight over there, but maybe they needed a second to finish it up. This we need to score on in order to keep it open. This is really hard. We just get picked. That's a time where we need to like take map control, get more clams. We still only have 30 seconds left, and we need to get another scoring push in. Lots of stuff we need to be doing right now. Yeah, I'm kinda stuck there, unfortunately. Just a little bit too far ahead, I suppose. Do we have time? No. We would have gotten a pity clam if the basket had closed soon enough. But that very last clam that got thrown in reset the timer just enough. Can't wait to one-trick Splatanas. Splatanas, I feel like people are sleeping on their range. Like, everyone's been saying, it looks kind of like a brush or a carbon or something, but a little bit worse. And I'm looking at it like, okay, but it's a brush or a carbon roller or something, but a little bit worse, with jet squelcher range, or like, at least with the initial shots, that looks like dually squelcher's range. That seems a lot stronger than I think we're giving it credit for, but my predictions have been wrong before. Hi, Oreo Queen. Alrighty. I'm gonna go and take a quick restroom break while the game is booting up. All right. Yeah, like, that's the other thing. Like, everyone's saying, oh, this weapon's not going to paint at all. I'm like, something that paints that wide, that far away from it, that's a lot of paint. That's like... I don't know. I feel like people are missing that aspect of the weapon when they consider how good it is. Really painful to try and paint an area with. You, like, swing once, you take a step, you swing once, you take a step, you swing once. And you've got, like, from here until, like, here, all painted in a rectangle right in front of you. That's a lot of paint. Still struggle with seeing how good a weapon can be from the trailer. Yeah, I think we absolutely have no idea how good that thing is yet. Like, nobody knows. We have to see the map design. We have to be able to check our sight lines that we can control. What? What is that name? That's so bizarre. They have to, like, try it out against other weapons. We have to see how much of an impact squid rolling can have on the mobility of different kinds of weapons. They don't give me something for getting all the hero weapons. I'm a cry. I never got all the hero weapons. I probably never will. Why did that turn into a link? Because you put a dot in it. How do you use a Luigi board? There's a Ouija board, and then there's a Luigi board. Are we talking about Nintendo's favorite plumber? That would be Mario. Is this the place that I take as this weapon? Man, it hurts not being able to paint the wall there. So I just have no way forward. Do backlines just kind of have a truce around that mast? Like, well, I can't safely peek you. You can't safely peek me. We're just gonna backline from here and try and splat each other's teammates instead. Yeah, that works. Ah, another target. They weren't there anymore. I guess they threw it thinking that the player that I splatted off the tower was still there. Reacting too slowly. These have been some disastrous pushes. We're not using specials to support them at all. We're just going for random picks with the specials and not pushing when we have advantages. Swiffer did not see that coming. Snail boat, I like that. The idea of a backliner's truce. Squid battle squid politics. Some OWIOs. Oh, there was a player there. I was starting to hear the sound effect, like, wait a minute. Oh. Alright, that's fine. Happens if these series don't finish before Splatoon 3. I'm definitely making Splatoon 3 content. I'd believe that I'm gonna get there with the main three right now. I don't know about Captain Magma, but I think these three are pretty close. Oh my god. I don't know why I'm dropping on that. I'm not a shooter. It's not my job. We really haven't pushed past 83, huh? Okay, we got 2 down. We need to push past 83 on this. One's on tower. It really is this simple, huh? we jump. I'm just thinking of Dr. Pregnant like it's a superhero name. I have the power to be pregnant. I don't want to think too hard about the implications of that. Easy go, I guess. Okay, just the charger. Can't believe I'm missing this. Okay. No way! No way we got stopped at 1 point remaining. Oh. If I had hit that shot on the charger as I flicked around, I'd probably save it. I just can't believe that. Whew. I see everyone took off with the Dr. Pregnant idea. Spawn infinite clones through a slow, painful 9-month process that makes him nauseous. Captain Magma is the Explo, yeah. What would Slosher be called? We haven't thought of one. Bucket Boy. And eat weird combinations of food, that too. The power to enjoy pickle ice cream. This is gonna be as popular as Spider-Man. Janitor is an option. Coach K. Just getting the Gatorade bucket dumped on him every year. Well. Nice. Dr. Pregnant, the world's most pregnant superhero. Great angle. Let's go. We hit those. I was only going to trade because the dynamo was on me, but I needed to hit that tap shot on the Tri-Slosher to finish that off. We didn't get to the checkpoints even. So, not a huge push, honestly. Like, I'm proud of the shots I hit in it, but it's not going to be game-winning. Oh, okay. I didn't even hear the Booyah Bomb go off. Oh man, this is a massive stagger. I gonna give myself enough space. Needed an escape route already made. They did a good job protecting the jump there. We don't have something that paints forward very quickly. We've got a not that one and then a roller that both want someone else painting for it. We've got me, and then we've got a machine. A little bit too slow and not enough steady. Booyah bombs are killing me. And we have no paint to avoid them either. I didn't think I was damaged enough for that. A good stop. We just have nothing painted. Tower. Hello? Why are we in street? Why are we here? That's not... Oh my god. The main problem there was paint. Like, look at how orange that map is. That's just not a way that you win a game. Paint's his greatest foe, stairs. Oh my god. We're still riffing on this. I have the high ground. Yeah, it's Dr. Pregnat. Their secret identity is no... Is it really a secret identity if they're an OBGYN? Dr. Pregnat and Gam. And Gam, not Endgame. Finally, a good superhero movie. This is low S+. I mean, there is something of a gap between, you know, the low S pluses and then the high S pluses. You may get a mix of players from all of the different ranks, but there's going to be an overall average that changes over time. Bunker, there's a unit over on left. By dealing with, I mean dying too. Yep. Why? Why? Why here? Is this like the Neo Sploosh strat where you just farm for missiles? Is that what you're trying to do? What is the plan there? Oh my god. They haven't even fired missiles. And they died before they got them. Yeah, I should be a lot more careful positioning around a Hydra there. I'm not jumping to any of that. That is not where anyone wants to be right now. Good luck with that, Dad. That's about how I expected that to go. That's happened twice now. Flanking again. I'm gonna draw them in the other direction. Okay, got one. Only one is in front of him. That one worked a little better because we had access to the objective. It's not like they were just actively scoring the whole time. And as a result, we were able to apply pressure from an angle that's supported the flank. And that only got us there. I feel like that was actually a stronger push that we had set up there than we were able to hold. Like, we got 3 down. We should be able to push up, get map control, get specials, and overwhelm them at that point. Okay, it's good for me. You're welcome. I think the aim was on. I was just too far away. Checkpoints. I don't know if we get more than that. Oh, that's game over, actually, because we're all down and there's not enough time to get the objective. It's actually half of a chance that we get someone on the tower and trigger overtime there, but they were all 4 surrounding it. There's no way we were going to survive. Dr. Pregnat and midwife. So the wife is only mid? I don't know, like... What in boxing terms, there's a middleweight, right? Is there like an ultra middleweight or something? Ultra midwife. Mad wife? Hulk but a midwife. Through the power of ultrasound. I know what a midwife is. But it's like... There's got to be something more than just a title of profession, right? Because otherwise that's just normal. And also the connotation of mid. Ugh. Connotation of mid being added to it would not fly with the modern audiences. Ooh, poor wife. All right. Well, that answers all those questions. Rip. We should still be pushing out. We still got like 3 down. We need paint. We need to not let them just walk forward and get back to tower again. Does this hit? Okay, it hit someone because they were trying to get off, not realizing it wasn't gonna... Oh no. Oh, they're on our bunker. I was like, I know I got hit by something on the left, but I could not see it for the life of me. I'm trying to run away. Why do we still have no paint? Ugh. I could have just jumped out once the Booyah bombs were in. I should have known I wasn't going to have any paint around me. I was just counting on people not having seen me and being able to get a free shot, but free shot missed. We have everybody up, we're just not painting before we go in. Like, look at how green our street is. We're only painting pure minimum as we go out. Up. Right. And look, we got several down. We still have not pushed up at all. That was the best opportunity we were going to get to push the Dynamo, is when their teammates were all down. But we just didn't. Okay, there we go. There we go, now we're moving up. Lead on that. I can check my leader. Let's keep it where it's at for now. Put something on the left side. Get the special out, got 2 picks. Yeah, the splashdown is not a good idea. Jump out to green bean and pray. I get that it's hard to push into a Dynamo, but you need to push into a Dynamo when it's a 3v1. We had a couple of angles covered, we just needed someone to go in, and nobody was ever willing to take the lead on that. Magnetic is me. Okay, I'm not gonna. Oreo Queen, no. Bad. Top and bottom. Oh my god. Oreo Queen, please. Ooh. Thanks for the follow, Meko Meko. Did we get raided? Oh no, that was a while ago. Okay. Let the Pokemon Gen after Scarlet and Violet. That's true, I could have been bombing the Dynamo out a lot more than I was. I didn't get too much with my gun. That was badly timed. I wasn't gonna hit. Even if the aim was on. They did not pay attention to the fact that the tower was moving. Go, get him, Giga Moist! Get him! Yes! Make Charlie proud. You got him. Nice, nice. Get it going, get it going. All we gotta watch out for is one hammer user. We can, yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Fix Skelly. Yeah, alright. That wasn't super well played by me. Okay. Should be able to keep this going. Yeah, someone came out here for some reason. Did we just get checkpoint? I don't think we had to get checkpoint there, but because someone went that way, they didn't have enough of an impact on it. Let's get power mode again. Go back, that's fine. What am I doing? Why am I doing that? I'm not helping anyone. We got some more points, but could have been more, I think. Don't throw Bob, what did he do? Oh, this is in the same exact spot. Oh, please don't go in. Please don't engage. Oh, you're clappers. You're probably going in. Yeah, yeah, you're going in. No one's ready to defend, so we're gonna stagger. Okay. Oh, did I hit the torpedo? I cannot believe that. I hit the torpedo. What a tragedy. Ooh, that's a little bit low, but we made it. It moved. It juked me. don't want to get on it, I don't think. I just want to stay alive. Nice. Okay. Saved it. Today is National Respect Bob Day, actually. I find this very insensitive. Very aggressive positions. Is this because you need to take them to clear the flank routes, or because that doesn't offer many safe positions with pushing? The GooTuber is not a backline charger. GooTuber is more of a midline weapon. Because anytime it runs up against any weapon that ranges it, it now has to play around cover and play like an aggressive weapon would. A Dynamo outranges me. I don't know if a Rapid outranges me, but it's pretty close. So I have to start playing a little bit more in their face flanky to be able to get stuff done there. Part of it is probably also just that I'm used to playing T-Tech, and that is a much more aggressive weapon. I really think you're not falling off the map enough, which is why these battles have been so hard. True. Oh yeah, Vaz is into the Shlorp. I love how that sounds, like, awful without actually meaning anything. Did we get checked? Yo! Oh, we were so close to getting checked. Second check there would have been huge. But still a very good push to start off. Thank you, Suzanne. So the Tri-Slosher wins that fight if they take it. Thankfully, they decided not to take it yet. They took it now. Oh, but I got one with a bomb. Cool. And teammate was able to kite them back. Good job, Boogas. And then you should be able to stop the tower between the two of you, maybe? Not anymore? Please back up, Boogas. I'm trying to save you. In that situation, you need to recognize that your teammates are down and cannot help you. Well, we saved the lead, but they have about as much progress as we do at this point in terms of checkpoints. I thought there was someone on my right that would be watching that. There actually was. I guess they just threw a fizzy bomb at him and hoped that would be enough. Might have been out of range. It is a little blasted. We're leaking so hard. Like, that player had to run, like, past the Glugas to our snipe, climb up our snipe, which, like, very vulnerable position to be climbing up the wall. And that was a time where, as soon as the splashdown went down, we probably could have picked them. Yeah, maybe not with a EdgeBlastr again, range. And there goes lead. I'm missing a lot of shots here. Oh, come on. That was a freebie. They just couldn't move. Why are we over here? Towers in their pit? up. Alright. Just no pressure on the tower whatsoever. We staggered really badly, and then got out of position with those who were still alive. Kind of stayed that way. I think I might be tunneling a little bit too much on the tower. I might be trying to get into a position where I can hit it, and they're just like pressuring me before I get there. Might need to focus more on throwing bombs, because that is something that somebody pointed out recently, that like I'm not using a lot of bombs, which it's hard to use bombs because if I want to fire a shot, if I want to have charge ready, then I am not going to be in a position where I can throw them often. But I think there's some of these cases where like I'm getting outranged, or I don't have a position where I can work from, where I need the extra range. I need to be able to throw something at tower and not be close enough to it that I'm going to get rushed by a frontliner. Oh. Good flank. I probably wouldn't have even seen that coming from the map. I guess I see that up there on attic, and that should clue me in someone's there. But it took me a good couple of seconds to see that anyway. Oh. I tried to be cool. Oof. You hate to see it when the booyah goes out, and then you stop getting special charge or whatever. I don't think they know about the Nautilus. Nautilus is a little bit ahead of the tower, though. Well, it doesn't matter if we just all die. Oh, it wasn't a strong enough shot. That kills him though. Good booyah bomb. Very good booyah bomb. We've got control of our side of the map now. Ah, they're flanking again. I should have been watching that a little bit more closely. It's like, where are they? I'm getting chased around the backside, and I don't think our teammate's gonna check that. Okay, we got him. Well, this push has been going really well so far. No way. Did they really stop it at 1? Okay, there we go. We made it work. Howdy, Princess Jorge. Magi Mangers. Streams are legally obligated to only be 10 minutes long. What the... Yeah, the shot on the junior was not something that I expect myself to hit. But you always take the shot, and sometimes you actually make it. Gem YouTuber pocket. This is still not as good as my my main weapons, not by a long shot. X will make you love it. Oh, I do enjoy this weapon a lot. Like, this and the EdgeBlastr have been a lot of fun to learn how to play. But, I mean, competitive team asks me what my weapon pool is. YouTuber's not the top one I'm pulling out for that. Yeah, they should expect that. Like, how long range is this charger? I haven't checked their weapons yet. That long range. Oh, if that shot hit and I got the splat for it, I would have been so happy. It's actually very close. I maneuvered well, like my movement was on point, just not my aim. And they need to be aware of that. That's a splat that went down right next to them pretty recently. Like, they should expect that there's still someone there. I'm seeing the ouches. This is Gem's best weapon, stop lying. It's Shlorp's best weapon. Nice. That was really lucky that they just happened to run onto turf that I had just recently painted. Like, I think that Rapid is smart enough not to just push into my sightline, but they were thinking that they would be able to get out of it quickly. I actually probably could have just taken the 1v1 against the Rapid. That weapon doesn't have a fast enough kill time. I hit one shot and they're dead, and now I can back up the way that I came. It's fine. Better safe than sorry. Yeah, there's a wall behind me. I can't swim backwards. Unfortunately, we didn't get lead on that push. At least we got a checkpoint. Okay, they are aware of my presence. Oh, as are they. The awareness of the enemy players, specifically when we get splatted by them, is not there right now. Like, someone will ouch, and what that should cause people to do is suddenly become aware that there is an... Oh, beautiful shots. That there is an enemy player nearby. Oh. I thought I was so far away from that bomb. What that should cause us to do is to be aware that there's an enemy player on that position. And we're just, like, not doing anything about those players. Can I get up there? No, I can't. Please pressure that charger on begging you. No. I needed to... it was my responsibility to get rid of that tri-slosher. That was nobody else's job but me. If I do that, we are in the lead now. Right? Okay. No, a tower! What? Where did anybody... Oh my god, I thought someone was still on it. Was there an ouch? Did I miss an ouch? Thanks, Sam. How are you? Doing well. How about you? Safe, like Steve remix on the left. I mean, it's fast and the saying heavy. By the way, this is probably copyrighted, but wait. No, I probably shouldn't play it. I probably shouldn't play it. I am trying to monetize the YouTube stream. But there was a song we found that is the Steve theme song. Slydra made me aware of this. Credits to them. I'll put the YouTube link in the chat. I am not at OK line. I need one more win. Awesome, glad to hear it. No, well, we're going this way. You want to take an unsafe position in this? That'd be fun. You know you want to. Oh, I thought I had splashdown. I was alive so long, it's been like 45 seconds. I'm like, there's no way I don't have special right now. Oh my god. Well, they are not in any position to do anything about this. Sorry, teammate. Did not leave you in a particularly safe position, but there's not much I can do about that either. Popped armor. We should just get out of here. Give up some space. Keep our lives. Alright, I'll take a trade. Rain got me. They should be pushing the tower right now, because by the time their teammate gets on the tower, we're all going to be spawned back in, and we're going to be able to defend faster. What they really want right now is the checkpoint. So any progress they can make towards that. Someone I want to challenge in front. Thanks for the follow, Resical. Sure, I'm not pronouncing that correctly. Oh, that's Apple. Hi, Apple. You got this. Nice. Good pick, good pick. One more on left, one more on left. Oh, I don't think they see it. I don't think they know there's someone in on our bunker. Yeah. Oh, nice! We got him! Ah, game was not quite there. Oh, I thought Poggy didn't notice. Opinions, thoughts on heavy deco. Any bubble weapon that cannot self-pop its bubbles is very weak right now. And that is one of the very few weapons that just can't. If you're going to be running a heavy right now, you got to have, like, some particular reason to want to do it. Like, wanting to have a Ray and having someone who doesn't play Jet Squelcher or something is a reason. But, like, if you're going for a ranged Splatling, you go Hydra. If you're going for a versatile Splatling, you go Ballpoint. If you're going for any kind of aggressive one, you're probably playing the Nautilus instead. Heavy's just in a weird spot. And so, justifying playing any Heavy is one thing. Justifying one that has a kit mismatch, that's a lot harder. Nice pick, Apple. What has been your favorite weapon to get X so far? Woo, another close one. I really like all three of the ones I'm working on right now. Like, I think we made great choices after the Aerospray. Aerospray was just, it just felt like too samey for what I usually play. But learning each one of these weapons has given me a lot of new muscle memory, I guess. That's one of the reasons that I really want to learn, like, Tentabrella, because that's another weapon that plays drastically differently. K-Pro is holding their own for sure. And that gets us the OK line, which is awesome. Be good in 3 since it won't get splashed down. I mean, it may get Reef Slider, and Reef Slider may be bad. Yeah, I've been hoping that people would vote for Tent. I mean, Explow's cool too, because that's also a very different weapon that I don't have a lot of experience with. I couldn't even tell you exactly how the damage works. So that's also a pretty good call, but yeah, Tent was something I was eager to maybe get into. So maybe I just need to get Steve up through the ranks a little bit quicker so that I can retire that one and make the executive decision that I'm playing Tentabrella next. Glugas would also have been fun. It's like, I've played dualies before, but it was a long time ago, and they're way different, the ones that I played, than how Glugas are going to work. Or CDS. CDS could have been fun too. There's... They didn't have to lose that fight, but they definitely... dispositioned, and at that point, it was over. Oh man, I backed into the tower. The Autobomb indirect damage doesn't kill me there, I get to jump out safely. You enjoy playing them, you can just use them. I mean, in what context? I'm never gonna play these weapons on a team, because I'm not as good at them. And they're not my favorites. And, like, I can play them when I play casually, but when do I play casually? Every time I'm playing this game, I'm trying to monetize it. Alright, they have a disconnect here, so... Oh. I didn't actually get the squeezer player. Somebody else. Alright, well, that'll be game. Woohoo! Let's go! This is your Snipes McGee era. That was a nice shot. I'm proud of that one. Thoughts on missiles? I've talked about this a couple times. So FLC's take on this, and I will defer to him on this, is that the problem with missiles is a fundamental design problem and not something that can be fixed by buffs and nerfs. You will either nerf the weapon until it is not good, or it will be overpowered. It's really hard for it to have a good place. I do think it's going to be a lot less bad than it was in Splatoon 2, because you have the option to squid roll now, which gives you the damage reduction, which will help you against the indirect shots, so you don't have to move as far away from things, or if you do need to move pretty far, you have the ability to do that without getting picked. So there are going to be a lot more missiles that get fired in Splatoon 3 that are going to displace people, but not kill anyone. Granted, that's the way that missiles generally should work most of the time. And so there is still that problem. They can address it in a few ways. They could nerf it by maybe reducing the number of missiles that target each person, and that way they don't have to move as far, and that would be a way that I think they could reasonably nerf it. They could also make it so that it doesn't give you vision of the other players anymore when you fire them, at least not after you've launched them. Or FLC's suggestion is that you just click the special, it automatically targets the two furthest players away from you without telling you where they are, and the only way that you can infer that is by where the missiles land, and then you go from there. So I think that there are a lot of ways that you can tune them down. I just hope that they choose to do that, and instead of thinking like they were okay where they were. So they definitely were not. I think the one-shot hitbox should be removed. I guess that would put it kind of even with rain. Maybe make it like an 80 damage hitbox instead. I don't know. If you're getting hit by one, you're probably getting hit by more than one. That actually hit them and just didn't have enough charge to kill. I'm disappointed. I'm proud of the shot. Shot was cool. Okay, nice. There's something behind this. I like how I Hate Brush got splatted by a Brush player. That's Thematic. Their nemesis. Yep. I got him, just not with enough damage. Ooh, I almost got sniped. Please don't kill me. Did you? You really haven't even gotten this checkpoint, huh? They literally just headshotted me over the top of it. I was thinking, like, they might be able to hit that. Let's go. Yes, look at me, not the tower, please. Thank you for your cooperation. One over here. Oh. Alright, this is fine. And in all that time, we're only at second check. My goodness. So many picks. I feel like we should be further. We got second check. That's the important one. Okay, good. Yep, I messed that up. Got the momentum going a little bit. I'll jump to that. That's not a terrible idea at all. Right? Actually not. Yeah, we got us to 10 that way. Now this jump is crazy. Oh no. Yeah, I was stuck in the rain the whole time. Needed to disengage as soon as the splashdown went off. There was... I got greedy trying to go for the cancel. Still, 45 seconds. They haven't cleared first check. Alright, they got a triple. Whatever. It'll make it back to mid before we're resisting again. Well, that shot. I hope no. Okay, good. Charger drops down. Final boss moment. I'll just do it myself. And I Hate Brush defeated Well, get splatted anyway by a brush to eventually lose the game. It wasn't quite as final and conclusive as I was hoping it would be. It would be more poetic if the brush had just hopped on the tower and ended the game there, but also I'd just like to point out that Sabina is dressed exactly like the Inkling from the dancing animation at the beginning of it. And nobody missed that, right? Everybody in the invitation should spam missiles to make a point. That way they'll nerf it. You know, that is actually something that worked with Bayonetta. In Smash Ultimate, there was a moment in, I think, the E3 demo tournament where it was like a big match on stage. Someone was playing Bayo and did the ladder combo off the top that made Bayo so good in Smash 4. And everybody in the audience booed. And Sakurai himself was in attendance. And after that, the combo no longer worked. Oh. I don't know where they came from, to be honest. Oh, they're playing Belugas now. Interesting. As if that's going to help you more with a brush. Oh, the shot timing and movement was perfect. That was a poor decision. I needed too much time to get my aim on. Needed to at least bait out their shot first. They had initiative on that. Can I hit this? No, I can't. I'm alone. They really just kept trying to swim, huh? All of that was kind of crazy, unless I have help, and I could have known that I didn't have help. Both chats open, supporting my numbers on multiple platforms. Kind of pog. Top tier gem supporters, let's go. Inflate my numbers, yes. Make number go up. Increase dopamine. Okay, this should get us lead. I love that shot. It feels so cool. I figured there'd be some there at this point. What were they shooting at? Oh, there is someone over here. Okay. Alright. We did enough, though. Still got control of the tower. Uh-oh. That is an unfortunate time for us to have gotten flanked. You know what? The this way was probably informing us that there was a player there rather than that it was a time you wanted me to jump. I hadn't thought of that. Oh man, this is dangerously close. They flanked us. Yeah, we need to stay alive here. They were looking for that beacon before. I don't feel safe jumping to it. They're probably going to bust it right away. I got one of them. We need to stop them before a checkpoint. No, that's game. That is weird, because I thought I was going to hit the roller first. I thought I was going to hit the roller, and then the Nautilus was going to be an easier 1v1 for our Dapples. Granted, it should still be winnable. It's just not the easiest thing in the world. So the roller has a much more consistent splat. Dapples need to be hitting their shots pretty quick. But yeah, GG. You die right as you splash down, your special meter basically doesn't have yeah. I thought of Nutella, now I want another sandwich. I'm gonna go making us hungry. Food. It was a pretty telegraphed angle I was taking. Really should not have stayed in it. There is someone on the back of that. The wall really flummoxed me there. I got there and I was like, oh, wait. I don't have a plan for what to do about this. Player's gonna die before they get checked. Right? Wait, no way. They actually saved this. That's insane. What? That was a 1v3. How did that happen? Trade down and now we win. Are you kidding me? We have to play 3 more minutes of this game. Thank you. Not that I needed the help or anything, Baka. I was hoping the bomb would kill someone. Okay, that should be good enough, though. fine. If you want me to be hungry, I'll go and get some food. God. Ugh. We're actually close to clearing this bar. I was worried it was going to break. We're going to have to go use the OK line here, but it's at most 2 more wins. There's definitely a shot. And there's level 30. Everything is unlocked. Not that that's useful at this point. Okay, I'm not going to be able to butter the bagel, but I at least have it. Yes, Mango? Ow. They have a DC. I will take a free win if that is what this is. Why are they on the tower? Oh my goodness. No way I get the trade. Let's go. Okay. Go forth, my squid friends. Say go forth. Forth is not... Excuse me? We got a wipe and you're jumping back to spawn. What are we doing over here? What's the thought process there? That's the kind of decision that, like... There are decisions that aren't good that I can understand, but that's a decision where I'm like, I can't think of a rationale why someone would want to do that for bad reasons. Hey teammates, so you heard of Morbius, but have you heard of Shlorpius? The great Marvel movie came out, part 4. It would be nice if we could, like, have only one person on the tower here. We don't just all go down to one bomb or something. This is very messy, but it's working. Oh, you're gonna leave and the battle will start without you. Oh, yeah, I'm good. Yeah, having both chats open is the wave. Not only does it support me more by giving me bigger numbers and metrics, but you get to see everybody's chat. Instead of having to, like, rely on the only 3 lines of chat that you can read on Restream. So I just recommend it generally, and not even just for personal profit, although that is definitely an incentive for me to recommend it. You are probably dead. Okay, you're dualies, you're not dead yet. I was worried that wasn't going to be charged enough to kill. Nobody have a special yet? Oh my goodness. Please don't feed in. How are we letting them through checkpoints? Oh, this is frustrating. Alright. there we go. Now especially coming out. Stuff done. That's not there, so I'm gonna rotate over here. That person should decide to peek me. Hey-oh. You know, just the Splatoon 2 shooting range, you know? It's pretty good. Targets move in a decently lifelike kind of way. A lot closer than I would have liked to be, given the, Oh, nice! And that's the straight-up rank up. Nice, 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 nice. A lot closer than I would have wanted it to be, given that it was a 3v4, but... we didn't, in fact, throw the 3v4. That was a scary bar for a while there. We butter the bagel. And now we put the butter away so it doesn't go bad, and then we get back in time to play the game. Nailed it. All right. Got white water on our team again. White H2O. Communication mode. There's not that much communication that happens. There is coordination that needs to happen, but all of that coordination is relatively predictable. Like, people keep saying that, like, Salmon Run is, like, the most teamwork-based mode. Honestly, I think it's one of the most solo queue friendly modes. There's not that much that you need to actually communicate to your teammates about. Like, in tower control, you need to figure out, like, who's going to take the tower and position accordingly. And that can be really awkward and annoying to try and pull off. If you aren't on voice chat. In Rainmaker, you need to figure out who's picking the Rainmaker up. But in Clam Blitz, it's pretty self-explanatory what direction you want to move. And all you really got to do is whenever somebody has close to enough clams and it's time to score, you throw clams at the person who has the most. But otherwise, it's really simple because nobody wants to have a power clam until that point. This match has not been going great. We just have not gotten control of our streets pretty much at all. Oh man, I tried to get up the wall and was stuck in my movement. I'm just gonna back up. Well, I don't think we need to. Oh, there's just too much for me. That roller was swinging at me for way too long. Have we had a numbers advantage all game? Had a successful defense once or twice, I guess. Probably then. But not for very long even after that. Yeah, I get shot out of that every time. Too many people watching me. Nice. We're still in this. We're still in this. Put myself in a bad spot there. Oh, beautiful. Oh, that's a wipe. Let's go. Oh, I should have hit that. Okay, I didn't get the splashdown off in time that time. Put it around the tower, put it around the tower. Oh, nobody was on the tower. Oh no, that was so close. If we just throw that on the tower and that allows someone to stay on tower, we get lead for sure. We have armor now, we're all dead. I was just trying to hard read the Tri-Slosher's move. Nice, Morbius. Good follow-up. I would have liked for them to pressure that, but this is fine. We've got a wipe. Top right, yeah, there was someone there. I'm gonna drop and do this. We went way too far in front and did not protect first checkpoint. And now we lose. Man. It's important not to get too far ahead of the objective. Like, it's one thing if you can get up into their base and prevent them from ever getting out, but up until that point, like, I would say even then, you don't want to get into their base until you're past first checkpoint. Because the route out of base to the left gets them to an area that looks out over first checkpoint. And that's exactly where the roller dropped down from. Now, the fact that we had someone also coming through street is another problem, because that's something that the teammates up front should have seen. Morbius and Shlorpius. The glorious tag team. Oh no, we got a DC. I figure if they haven't died yet to a Tri-Slosher, it means something's working here. Alright, push ends there because I couldn't stay alive. Very good push, all things considered. I didn't do a lot to create it. I need to not be here. Yeah. Trying to stop this at first check. That's just desperate. Oh. I'm staggering really badly. I'll go in and have been the first one down, and then I'll be disconnected from the team. I think the play here is splash down the tower. Nope, that was not the play. This is in all likelihood game over. That is a difficult position to dislodge a brush from. I didn't even think that was enough charge to splat him. Baited. Okay, so that's like half their team that I can't splash down in front of. Alright, go ahead, end the game. That one wasn't going anywhere. It's kind of heroic that we got to 50 in the first place. I credit more to my teammates for that. Alpha male. Level 72. Thanks for the follow, Tweezle. Never had a mangoes are amazing. Mangoes are the best fruit. The only thing that I don't like about mangoes is how difficult they are to prepare. They like, you have to cut them up, cut them into pieces or whatever. You can't just like pick up a mango and eat it like you can a banana. And that's like the only argument against it. Oh, this has been awkward. I'm gonna leave now. Oh. One crucial thing that I did there was I hopped on the tower before all of that happened, so the tower got shoved back. And they never actually got to stay on the checkpoint. Oh my god. They're 2 down, but they've got bombs on tower, and they got people coming in. Got that one. There's another one on tower. We need to be clearing that instead of just... And they got a triple. I don't trust that beacon anymore. Probably someone watching that. Getting close to watching it. Push gets in. Oh, they just ran in. I don't like that. I gotta trade for it. Runs in and gets a trade. Please notice underneath the Terra. This is where they were. And now Terra's in a 1v, I don't know how many. They are actually still alive. Nice. Oh, lucky guess, I suppose. Oh, I thought that was gonna get him. Good job. Now it should be safe to jump to. We got people in mid that will engage first. Nice. That was the Flash Blaster. There's still one behind you out there. I think they come from this direction. Oh, there. Ah, crud. I saw it coming and just missed. Oh wait, I don't like this. Maybe back in my reason. Okay. Oh, Terry actually got one off of that. Nice. Flash Blaster has 2 mains of swim speed, which explains a lot. With this game has been guessing which direction they're actually going to come at me from. We should get us lead. And not much more. But that's what's important. Oh, get him, Kara. Let's go. I believe... Wait, this is really risky. If that were a bad idea, I would be down in the last, like, 10 seconds of the match. Oh, beautiful. Okay. Kara with the 20 bomb? Let's go. Good at cutting them up, only takes a minute or 2. Yeah, but you have to get up, you know? You have to stand. It's lame. Nah, I eat a lot of canned fruit, and it's like... The amount of time that it takes me to actually open the can with my busted can opener, like, I could probably just be cutting a fruit up. Hi, Nolan. I'm assuming that's how that's pronounced. Doing well. How about you? Why did those not hit? Did they hit the... That was weird. I don't know where my missiles landed. Alright. Decent stop. I'll take that. Well, I would have taken that if we had still been on the tower. I don't think I'll take that anymore. They just have too much on snipe right now and nobody's going for it. Hold it down for now. We really need to get forward here. We recognize who's attacking the tower. Okay. That's really big. How we got the charger, but that was huge. We got the second check. The wipe is not great, but we got really good progress there. Oh, I thought I had the shot. I released it and it was like, that's on. And the shot never fired. And I thought the bomb was going to get him for sure if he flew right away. Oh, that's not the time to be defending. There's too many people in front. He's gonna get 2. That's a big help. We're still not out of the woods yet. Now we're out of the woods. Woods cleared. Woods unspooked. Oh, they canceled it. Okay, good. Get back all the way up so the missiles don't have a chance of hitting anybody. We got space, we got time on our side. We got 3 down. And the last one cornered. Beautiful. We messed that up a little bit. We'll get it in the last second. No, they didn't get on. They must not have seen the time. The roller went like off to the right or something. All right. Keep splatting and slurping. Will do. Sorry, I was lost in thought. If there are humans that used the serum, they're hiding in Splatoon's world. Maybe that's the big plot twist of Splatoon 3. Okay. Don't take tower too early, kids. I should have taken a shot on the right earlier. Oh boy. This is maybe bad. We jump. Okay. We live. Don't die, Carlos. Carlos. I died too. No angles there. This is bad. Get him. Nice. Why did we lose it? Good. Okay. We're not painting our way out. We're trying to go for silly flanks and sharks. And they're just walking right back to the tower as soon as they respawn. Please. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know how that first one missed. And they're just jumping in because none of this is painted. Like, what would they be scared of? The whole thing is green. Backing into the middle a little bit. We gotta watch out for the knot on the left. They're the last one up there. Get on. It's not over till it's over. I love tower shenanigans. Why are... Don't be on. I need someone to push up in front of me here. That's your job, Shell. We need paint control in front of the tower. If we don't ever get that, then they can just approach it. And being on it is not safe. Please live. Let's go. That's 3 down. Not worth. Nobody's on the tower. Nobody's on the tower. Get to the tower. Nobody's on the tower. Guys, nobody's on the tower. Blarg. It's one thing if you miss a flank, but when the words, "We lost the tower," show up on your screen, you gotta pay attention to that. Just made a Twitch account so you can watch on YouTube and Twitch. Oh, thank you. All my homies hate getting on the tower. Yeah, better luck next time. There were definitely some shots that I wish I was hitting. Like, that wasn't all my teammates' fault or anything like that. We had a couple of good pushes, though. And on those pushes, we needed more forward pressure. Like, it's almost to the point where I should be just getting off the tower if they're not going to apply it. Make somebody else do that. Double booyah. Armor inkjet. Make it a comp. Oh, great. You do not push that into a 52 gal sight line, and you know. We got first check, not a huge lead. We need to stop this 52 before they get going. They've been consistently outplaying in 1v1s. Probably get this one too. 23, yep. We have a bunch of players that are up that aren't going down. Okay. Okay, good. We got one. I need to stop this 53. I don't like how good this is. Enough to gain from it. They're just running through mid at us. Oh, because we're all dead. Let's see. I thought there was someone more in between me and there, but I guess they went down. Trying to help, but you're putting yourself at the most difficult angle that I can possibly hit. Not a huge fan of the fact that I'm playing paint support right now. So let's try this. I'm gonna drop here. Oh, there's someone right there. Out of there. I don't. So, like, I got on the tower, and granted someone else should get off, but they were still close enough that they probably should have seen that someone was getting on, and to turn around and help me with that. Tough game. Alright, there it is. So this puts us on another Rainmaker rotation here. So I am going to call it. It has been 6 hours of streaming. That's a good amount for one day. If you would like to participate in the Twitch raid, pop on over into Twitch. Looks like there's nobody that Squid School follows that is currently streaming, but we will go and... What do you mean no results found? It's like there are no... Splatoon. Streamers right now? That's false. Okay. Looking through. I am going to... I'm going to send you guys off to Rezino, who, it says he's playing Pokemon. What? That's not true. He's playing Splatoon 2. Yeah, they're definitely Splatoon. Okay. We'll send you all off to them. Here comes the raids. Remember, school's out, everybody. Thank you, everybody, for watching, and we'll see you next time.